Welcome back to another episode of CFO in the Know. We are so pleased to have our CFO, Michelle Myers, joining us today. Thank you for being here, Michelle.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Danielle. I appreciate the opportunity to join you again.
Well, everyone has some just burning finance questions they're dying to know. Obviously, top of mind for everybody right now is the pandemic we find ourselves in with the coronavirus. And so I want to ask you a little bit about the financial impact of the coronavirus. And is it too soon to tell the impact that will have on pre-K education?
Thank you for that question. Daily, we're monitoring the economic impact of COVID-19, not only here in Arizona, but nationally. We're getting reports, and it is really causing concerns for short-term and long-term financial outcomes and the economy. And as I've shared previously, the Joint Legislative Budget Committee did release a report with projections for the state of Arizona, highlighting that we are going to have some revenue shortfalls. They're projected at $1.1 billion, with $500 million in variation in either direction. But with that, there are concerns that may affect funding. We know that for fiscal year 2020, there is a base support level budget that has been passed by the legislature and the governor. So we are moving forward with plans for next year, but we know that depending on the length of the recovery, short or prolonged, rapid versus extended recovery, there can be impacts. But I can also share that with the $2 trillion of federal stimulus funding, the CARES Act, as have heard it referred to as, there is money that's coming to Arizona. It's over $626 million that's earmarked for education and will be evaluated over the next 2 years at a state level. And school districts are working with ADE on opportunities to apply for grants and to pursue funding opportunities based on eligibility.
So I'm hearing a lot about other schools that are continuing to build through all of this. Can you talk a little bit about how they have the money available to build new schools right now?
Yes, I can. Just to highlight, funding related to the CARES Act is not eligible for new school construction. But the way most school districts finance the construction of elementary schools or high schools is through a bond authorization that's approved by voters in their community. And those bond dollars are eligible in state statute and approved by the legislature to construct schools, as well as to pay for critical repairs and upgrades. And so most districts rely on those voter authorizations to have the dollars to pay for those types of expenditures. Also, in recent years, a few districts have qualified for SFB or school facilities board funding for construction. However, those funding amounts are not at the level where you could build a complete or comprehensive high school, for example. So districts oftentimes will use bond dollars in addition to the school facilities board funding to ensure that they have a comprehensive campus that meets their unified needs.
And we know that that would require a vote of our governing board to put something like that on the ballot in November for the Peoria Unified School District. When might we see that the governing board is making a determination or a recommendation relative to a bond and or an override? Because of course it could be one or both of those should they decide to move forward for November. When might we see that vote come through?
The governing board convened a citizens advisory committee in January, and that committee has been meeting every few weeks and in recent weeks weekly to evaluate a recommendation for a bond and or override election question in November. We expect a final recommendation to be made this month, with the governing board voting on a bond and or override question for the November election. But I will say for our override, the district's 13% override is critical, and if not on the ballot and renewed this November, the district would be facing mandatory budget cuts in fiscal year 22. And the reason for that is maintenance and operations overrides for 7 years. They're voter approved, just like the bond authorization. But the difference is overrides pay for positions and programs, where bonds pay for capital expenditures, new construction, and building improvements. So with the override, it's critical that that question be addressed, because if we don't have that 13% maintenance and operations override renewed in November, we'll be looking at budget cuts over a period of 2 years, with our override fully phasing out in fiscal year 2024. That's $27.8 million of funding this year in our budget, as an example, and that funding pays for positions like assistant principals, all-day kindergarten, PE, music choir, and art education, as well as extracurricular activities, athletics, reading programs, nurses on our campuses. So that funding is very important, and the committee is aware of that and is evaluating the time-sensitive needs related to our maintenance and operations override as part of their recommendation.
Well, and we want to thank the committee for all their hard work on that. Thank you, Michelle, for getting to that, answering some of those burning financial questions we all have. That's all for our CFO in the know for today, but I know we'll be back with Michelle Myers, our Chief Financial Officer, very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
USDA in helping the farmers, instead of having produce dug underneath or milk be thrown down the drain, the government said, hey, let's support our farmers, find a way to distribute it. So we contacted one of our vendors and said, hey, are you getting produce? Can we distribute it for you? That way we can support our community. We had 700 boxes and 350 gallons of milk. And so we will have about 400 cars come through in the morning, and you'll see they've been lining up since 6:30 this morning, but we've never run out of boxes. And then our employees come between 11 and noon, and they have more opportunities for boxes then as well. So it's been great to see a mix of people. We get some of our Sun City group, some of our families. It's just kind of a mix of who comes out, and it is a lot of fun. We've gotten our regulars, so that's been always interesting to see them.
My neighbor is a person that operates a lot of the district food stuff for the kids, and love her very much, and she's a very good person and does some wonderful work here, and support it 100%.
A quick roll call.
We can. Mrs. Sehar Martinez.
Gotcha. I'll be ready when you start.
Oh, hello again, everybody. Good evening. We are back in regular session. As we take a look at our agenda, we are now section 4, opening exercises, moment of silence, and our Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Pallas Thompson, if you do not mind, lead us in a pledge after a quick pause, a moment of silence. And still, we have many individuals who are being impacted by the pandemic, and there's a lot of individuals who are temporarily unemployed and loss of loved ones. So please keep those individuals in mind, and then positive thoughts around district, as we look to open up our schools. Ms. Palace Thompson, when you're comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Okay, going on to section 5, address agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes. Ms. Stone, any changes you'd like to recommend tied to this agenda?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Underhill?
No, thank you.
All right, Ms. Pingerelli?
No, thank you.
Ms. Sehal Martinez?
President Sandoval, is this where we request to pull items from the consent agenda item?
No, not yet.
Okay, perfect. Then none at this time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I don't have any changes to the adoption or any changes to the current agenda. That said, moving on to section 6, recognitions. Ms. Danielle Airey.
Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the board, Mrs. Palace Thompson. Tonight, we have a bit of an emotional and bittersweet recognition as we take a few minutes to honor the one, the only, our superintendent, Mrs. Palace Thompson. The impact of her career on the countless staff, community members, and of course, students is immeasurable. Except that we did try to measure it just a little bit. And by our calculations, in the last 3 years that she has served as our leader, more than 7,800 graduates have gone out into the world and are hopefully prepared to shape tomorrow thanks to her leadership. Thousands upon thousands more she has taught and loved as if they were her own. We are so grateful for her service. And tonight, as we celebrate her well-deserved retirement and all that she has done for our school district, we've prepared a message and worked alongside our governing board to share that with you this evening. Mr. Dennis, if you would play that for us.
Well, Linda, it is definitely not goodbye, but see you later. This time has been a tremendous experience. And I want to say, I remember the first time I met you, the way you made me feel was phenomenal. You were genuine in your approach, your confidence, and no matter what you said, you always shared how you believe our children are all gifted. Thank you so much for all you've done for our school district and especially me in helping me grow as a leader.
Superintendent Palace Thompson has been an inspiration to those of us who have worked with her, to the entire district. She has had the courage to make tough decisions and the heart to make the right decisions. She has been to those who work with her and an encouragement, and she always works by lifting others up, and she's always ready to help and be an example of the right thing to do.
Superintendent Palace Thompson, it's been a real pleasure working with you for the last 6 years, and as the superintendent for the last 3. I know with you, it probably feels like a lifetime. We've had some difficult times, some challenges to overcome. You have shown tremendous dedication to the district, and as a governing board member, it has been a real pleasure working with you. Enjoy your retirement. You really deserve it.
In the last couple of years as a school board member, I've been fortunate to get to know you even better. These few years have been challenging, both for our community and for you personally. And through it all, you've never faltered. You've continued to be brave, to support us, to share all the joys, the frustrations, the sometimes anger, the tears, and of course the laughter. And through it all, you have always shared your humanity and your gift for getting the rest of us to share ours. This genuineness, your true caring, and your ability to relate to others is why everyone who knows you loves you. Congratulations, thank you from the bottom of my heart, and now go and enjoy your next act.
It's been a run without question over the last 3.5 going on 4 years. I do want to leave you with this message, and it's a quote from Theodore Roosevelt, and it reads, "It is not the critic who counts, not the woman who points out how the strong woman stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the woman who is actually in the arena, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if she fails, at least she fails while daring greatly." So what I want to say to you based on that quote is, thank you for daring greatly. Thank you for daring greatly for all 40,000 plus associates throughout PUSD. Thank you for daring greatly for all the lives that you have touched and inspired over the many years that you have been in the industry of education.
I've been doing this thing called public education for 40 years. It's pretty much been my life. You know, you're defined by your family, you're defined by the things you love to do, and I'm also defined by work. I believe in public education. I came into it as a calling. I came into it as a mission. I still feel as excited about it as I did when I started many, many thousands of years ago. In our reality, our business is never finished. It truly is ongoing. But it has been said, and I truly believe, I have to believe at this point in my life, that the true meaning of life is to plant trees under whose shade we do not expect to sit. Now, we are an enormous community, 4,000 employees, 37,000 children from 12th grade, over 250,000 citizens. We certainly should be able to plant not only a tree, but an orchard which will help our children make sure that not only do they get the privilege that we have inherited by being part of this community, but by also that the legacy that we leave will be one that is positive, safe, and beautiful for all of our children for years to come. You are to the challenge because we are a family, an extraordinary family who knows what's right, who does what's right, and does it right now.
This has been a wonderful voyage, and I love Peoria. We are Peoria. I have had a wonderful, wonderful time. There hasn't been a position that I haven't loved. Being a teacher, loved every second of it. Loved being an assistant principal, then a principal, and being in K-12. But it's not the honor of me, it's the honor of you. You are the most extraordinary, wonderful people every day getting up. I love you all. I love you all. And thank you for making it all possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, board members and Mrs. Pallas Thompson, I apologize that we struggled with the volume there, but we will be sure to send that video out to you. Please know that our community or our audience tuning in for this presentation did hear that loud and clear as Mr. Colley had that going through our live stream this evening, but we'll be sure to share that with you. I know we were having some audio issues. What I can tell you is that it certainly does not do justice to the tremendous career and the tremendous amount of leadership that Mrs. Pallas Thompson has given over the past 3 years as she has served as our superintendent. It is, and I know I speak for our entire cabinet when I share, just an absolute honor to work alongside her. We have had some challenging times over the last few years, and she has been there to serve and has supported us, mentored many of us, and led in a way that I know we will forever be grateful. We just could go on and on about what it is that she has done for our school district, for our community, but most importantly, for the 37,000 students across our school district. President Sandoval, if I may, and I'm hopeful that Mr. Dennis made it back to his computer and can go ahead and pull up the photos that we're going to share with all of you. You know, celebrating in the midst of a pandemic is, less than ideal, of course. Understanding the circumstances that we're in, we do have something on behalf of the board to share with you tonight, Mrs. Pallas Thompson, and I'll summarize it on their behalf, but I know President Sandoval and the rest of your governing board will certainly want to comment as well. Those of you who know Mrs. Pallas Thompson know that it's no secret an area of which she has been so passionate over the years is arts education. The governing board thought it would be quite fitting to bring forward a gift and a celebration to really honor and recognize Mrs. Pallas Thompson that encompassed the arts. And as such, they have asked that pieces of artwork be placed inside our newest space in the Peoria Unified School District, the Smart Center, representative of the 3 arts education directors that she's had an opportunity to work alongside over the span of her career. And so, Mr. Dennis, if you could please launch those photos so that we can see them. We certainly want to make sure that we can get those ready for them to see, but we do have a piece of artwork from none other than Mr. Andre Liccardi, a piece of artwork that has been presented from Mr. Rob Benson, and then a piece of artwork to share that has been presented from Mr. Robert Panzer, of course, our current arts education director. So you see the 3 of them there in that photo. They were all together alongside Mrs. Pallas Thompson celebrating the launch of that new building just this past year. They're pieces of artwork. We've got photos of them to share. Know that they will be placed, the one that you're looking at there from Mr. Andre Liccardi. They will be placed inside that Smart Center. The piece you see now before you from the very artistic Mr. Robert Benson. And then the final piece that is from Mr. Rob Panzer. I know, Governing Board, you'll be putting together a plaque that will certainly honor and recognize Mrs. Pallas Thompson. With that, President Sandoval, we'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Airey. It's great to hear that those streaming this meeting were able to hear the audio on that video. I'm sure it was well put together. The video side, it looked wonderful. So thank you for that. That said, I think one of the other thing, Ms. Pallas Thompson, are an additional, really a gift that we would like to give the district on behalf of you. That truly represents just the countless hours of love and commitment and certainly compassion that you have given PUSD and really the 40,000 plus, right? Our 37,000 plus students, and then over 4,000 associates throughout the district. We know that Copperwood is one of the sites that is near and dear to your heart. Certainly they all are. But so we, in addition to the plaque at the Sunrise Arts Center, we'd also like to establish somewhat of I'm going to call it a sensory garden, but just a garden at Copperwood on your behalf. And again, it just represents your just unwavering commitment to inspiring our youth throughout the many years. So thank you for that. So with that said, we can move on. Ms. Airey, anything else on your end?
President Sandoval, that's all we have this evening. Just a fitting tribute to our superintendent. We will so miss her.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving on to 6.2, board comments. We'll start with Ms. Stone.
Well, I did tell myself I wasn't going to get all weepy or anything, but I wish we could have heard the tribute at the time, but I want to tell you, Linda, you sure did look beautiful. It has been a good run. You've done a lot of tremendous things in such a short time. And I am very grateful to have worked with you and to, I stand in awe of your energy and commitment and the levels that you have achieved. And it has been wonderful. And I don't intend to let our friendship drop. I hope to remain your friend. And I think that you're not going to stop. You're going to continue to do things that are good for the community and things like that. But what I think doesn't really matter. I want to wish you so much joy and happiness and your family and time with your family to just relax and enjoy them and love them and be with them. And I love you.
Thank you for that, Miss Stone. Miss Underhill.
Thank you. Well said, Miss Stone. Linda, I couldn't hear it either, but the quote that I wanted to share with you in my little spiel was to share our humanity is what we're here for. And when I came across that quote, it just completely epitomized me to you, because you just do that. And that, I think, is why you just draw people to you and you're able to accomplish all the many things that you do in your life, because you're not afraid of that. And I think that vulnerability is just what makes you you and makes you so good at what you've done and what you've shared with so many students and families in our community. And I also want to say that I don't think this is like the end of our celebration. I think this is like when you have your birthday on a Monday and you can't celebrate till the weekend, you know? Maybe you get a card and you get some cake the next day and you might get lunch the next day. But I feel like as we get through this recovery period or this pandemic and the recovery period that follows, and we will get through it, we will find a way to celebrate you appropriately. And, you know, we're going to give you a little rest right now, but I feel like, you know, we'll have a chance later on to do it the way we would hope to have done it. But just can't thank you enough and truly love you and send prayers for you and your family just to have a wonderful time as you now have some more time together. So thank you for everything.
Thank you for those kind words, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli?
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, this has not been the board meeting I have not been looking forward to this and saying farewell to such a strong leader. I know I've told you this before, Linda, that when we were having some difficult times and looking for new leadership, I had talked to you, not even knowing that you would apply to become the next superintendent. And kind of reaching out to you for a little advice too. And one line that I will never forget from you is you told me, Bev, you have to do what's right for the kiddos. And I can tell you that voting you in as superintendent has been the highlight of my 6 years here, and has been the absolute best decision that I have ever made on this board. You will be missed in leadership, but I know our friendship will continue. So have a great retirement. You definitely deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pingerelli. Well said. Ms. Sam Martinez.
Ms. Stone, I'm right along with you. I was hoping to choke back the tears, but hearing my fellow colleagues, I remember when I first met you officially I've spent, I think, the longest standing board member in the district, from the board's perspective, at least growing up, being a teacher, and our paths have never crossed until it came time to pick the next leader. And as any board member would do, is look at all the options. And I was shared the title that is still and will always stick with you is the notorious LPT. I think about my experience as a board member, and I'm so grateful because I see the things that have come out of our district that are everlasting. And some things that I was going to highlight is, I'm embarrassed to say as an educator, I never knew about Juneteenth. Yet here you are as our leader, bringing it to the forefront about really acknowledging all our students and community members. And it feels so good to have somebody that I can look up to that has the courage to do that. You have said time and time again about the diverse perspectives of your board, and we are much better than that. And I will highlight, as they have shared, this has been one of the best experiences that you have cultivated. You are definitely the reason why I am who I am as a board member. And even as a mother, I've called you multiple times, and you would tell me, Monica, put your governing board hat off, take your teacher hat off, take your money hat off, take all those hats off, and today you just be mom. And when you're just a mom, I am so grateful for your guidance, and I know that your phone number is going to be on speed dial for the rest of my parenting days. So thank you. Thank you for being a mom and a leader to all our children and to all our staff members and community. So thank you.
Well said. Thank you for that, Ms. Seja Martinez. Ms. Pallas Thompson, I know I've said this over and over, but you are one of the first individuals that I met and certainly established a very strong working relationship, which turned into, a friendship. And that reason being is, our common set of values and beliefs. And as you get a group of people together with a common set of values and beliefs, and great things happen. And I believe that, we have done a lot of great things together as a board, along with your leadership throughout the Peoria Unified School District. That said, I do want to read the quote that was in my video, which I believe absolutely represents you well. And it's a quote by Theodore Roosevelt, which reads, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes short again and again, because there is not effort without error and shortcomings, but who does actually strive to do the deed, who knows the great enthusiasm, the great devotion, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly." Now I wanted to switch out the word he and man with this her and woman, but I really want to thank you for daring greatly on behalf of the 40,000 plus human beings that have been in your charge. I've always said it. You lead with others in mind. Your leadership isn't around leading others or taking charge. It's always been focused on taking care of those in your charge. So thank you for that. I do have one other item that I'd like to read, and it's actually on behalf of a fellow board member, Miss Julie Smock. It is a letter that she had asked me to read on your behalf, so I will do that now. I do hear a little bit of a background, so I don't know if that's my audio or if there's audio on another end that's tearing. That said, I'll try to get through this with the feedback. So again, from Miss Julie Smock. I'd only been on the PUSD board for a short time, thanks in part to the support of several of the district's gifted ed teachers when he got a phone call. Ashley said excitedly, "You have to meet this woman. She's new to the district. She's really energetic, from Chicago, and specializes in gifted education." That was the beginning of my 30-year history of friendship and collaboration with Linda. The Peoria district has been blessed with her boundless energy, unwavering focus on what's best for kids, commitment to quality education, sense of humor, and did I say boundless energy? When I think of Linda, I think no mission is impossible, no task is too hard, just make a plan and go with it. Linda's ability to motivate kids was brought home to me when she offered to mentor my son, or should I say, she suggested strongly that it get out of the way and let her handle it, as she worked on his Distinguished Scholar project. He graduated with that honor, thanks to Linda's ability not only to inspire, but to create an atmosphere that let him know that his project was important. Linda's contributions are numerous, but two really stand out to me. The first is the magnet school for highly gifted students at Copperwood. Linda is directly responsible for the success of that program. The second is her contribution to the override election in 2015. Linda orchestrated the numerous Saturday neighborhood walks by teachers, administrators, and staff that absolutely resulted in the success of that election. Her energy was boundless, she was relentless, and it paid off to the benefit of the entire PUSD community. Thank you, my friend, for your contribution to the education of thousands of kids and for letting me be a part of it. It's Julie Smock. Thank you, fellow board members, for those kind words for an individual who has made an impact on all of us and certainly many lives, countless lives. And her impact, you never know when it ends. So moving on to 6.3, superintendent comments.
Oh my goodness, you've got to be kidding. Superintendent comments. Oh, wow. Where do I begin? Where do I begin? And Danielle, I'm not going to read the recognitions tonight. You can take that over if you can next week. 30 years ago tomorrow, we drove into the valley. I can't even believe it's that long. And I remember that night, and I probably said this in one of the speeches. I was looking out at the balcony. It was 123 degrees. It was the hottest day ever recorded in Phoenix, I recall. And I just stood there looking down at an empty pool, because the pool was not fixed yet, from the balcony, and decided whether I should leap or throw my husband over the balcony, because I was just so unhappy to be there. And he said to me, look at all the possibilities. And he was right. I was lucky. I was hired as a teacher, a coach of gifted 30 years ago. And the possibilities that happened were just endless. And I'd like to think it was because of my energy and all of the things you shared, but it was because of Peoria, because I picked my biggest decision that was the right decision, was to select Peoria as my home for the last 30 years. It's been an amazing voyage, and it's been that way because of all of you, because of our children, the thousands of children, our community, certainly our staff, certainly my cabinet that you have been absolutely amazing, and my board. please, I need you to stick with me as I go on to my retirement. If something happens to me, you have already given me my eulogy. And so what I hope to do is to really understand not only the privilege that I have inherited, that was the book that I received from Dr. Kellis 30 years ago when we sat in Cactus High School, the privilege we inherit, but the next book is the legacy we leave. These are difficult times and they require difficult decisions. And I am so confident that our board, my friends on the board, our staff, certainly Dr. Reynolds, our community will bring us to a better place in a world where we are dealing with racial issues, we're dealing with illness, we're dealing with budget issues, but we will come out of this thing totally ahead. And I want to be part of that as a volunteer, as a grandparent, as a parent. And I can't tell you how much not only this night has meant to me, thank you very much, Danielle, but how every single year in the last 30 years has meant to me and my family. And I love you all. I love you all. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pallas Thompson. It's you are loved by many, without a question.
Thank you so much.
For that.
Can we do a standing ovation from remote?
Absolutely.
Great idea.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you, Ms. Stone, for suggesting that. Moving along to section 7, public comments. I don't believe we have any public comment regarding matters not included on the agenda. Is that correct, Ms. Contra?
Correct. President Sandoval, yes, that is correct. Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect. I know we have a few tied to COVID, so we'll read those before we get into that update. Okay, moving along. Consent agenda. Does any board member, are there any items that a board member would like to pull from the consent agenda? Start with Ms. Stone.
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Underhill.
No, thank you.
Ms. Pingerelli.
No, thank you.
Ms. Martinez.
Yes, President Sandoval. May I please pull 8.5? Well, let me make sure it's the updated one. Yes, 8.5, which is curriculum instruction, core proposals. 8.9, open enrollment. And 8.12, evaluation tool.
Okay, I'll second that. Need a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 8.5, 8.9, and 8.12.
I move to approve the consent agenda minus 8.5, 8.9, and 8.12.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Underhill and a second by Ms. I believe it's Ms. Pingerelli. Please cast your votes. Ms. Contra, if you want to lead us through that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Sandoval. Mrs. Pingerelli.
Aye.
Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
Mrs. Stone.
Aye.
Mrs. Seja Martinez.
Aye.
And Mrs. Underhill.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes. If you'll just allow me for a second or two to move those items to the next section. Those items have been moved.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, 9.1, curriculum and instruction new course proposals. Ms. San Martinez.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Governing Board, and leadership team. I wanted to bring this item forward for quite a few reasons. When I look at the proposed course offerings, we talk a lot about local decision-making and the difference between state and district curriculum. Here is a great example that I want to highlight that the board has stayed committed to, as well as the leadership team, specifically the Algebra 1 strategies, elective algebra strategies for academic progress. This gives the flexibility for teachers to really hone in, and that it's over a one-year course. From experience of having a high school student, when you have math in one semester and then you don't have math for another semester, you may tend to lose some of the concepts of the fact that this is offered over one full semester and then carried over as a continuum. I appreciate. I specifically want to hire the next course after the fact. This board has made a financial literacy resolution, and bring to the attention of the community. We talk about every day prepared to meet tomorrow. No matter where you're coming from or where you're going, financial eligible strategies. This is going to highlight and give our students the opportunity to take skills for employment, taxes, banking and stocks, credit, automobile ownership, personal finance at its finest. So thank you for bringing this forward to the board to approve tonight. And the last thing I do have a question about is the junior high arts classes. And this one I do have a concern. To be candid, we are about to ask the community for an override that has arts dollars. I just want to understand, are we getting ahead of ourselves by adding another arts class, not knowing if the override is going to pass or not? Will that impact, if we approve it tonight, how we move forward?
This is Sehar Martinez. Thank you. This is Dr. Kendra Bell. I do have with me this evening Rob Panzer, who has worked with his arts team in terms of beginning to look a little bit differently at our middle school arts programs so that we can offer more choices. This is very limited in terms of cost. It is a pilot for us as we try to explore additional opportunities, but I would like Mr. Panzer to talk about some of the instruments, materials that we already have, and our ability to purchase some of these items through a grant. Mr. Panzer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bell. President Sehar Martinez, or President Sandoval, Mrs. Sehar Martinez, and governing board members. Certainly, I'd love to be able to expand on that. The program that we are putting in place provides more choices for students, actually, without adding any additional staff members to put those programs into place. So we believe that is certainly going to be something that is going to be a positive for our students. It stays true to our core message of artistic literacy and personal expression and innovation and the critical thinking that arts classes are known for, but it provides more student-based choice on what classes they're taking. Many of the courses that are going to be offered in the pilots are going to be courses that we have pockets of happening in some ways right now, things like guitar, ukulele, keyboarding, digital music, bucket drumming, different ways to engage students within the arts. So from a cost perspective, it would be very minimal to bring any of that on. And certainly the biggest cost would be anything related to staffing, and we would be using existing staffing for that. We do really feel that it's going to support our core arts programming of choir, band, and art to provide students on those pathways to really have ensembles of students who are working together to move to a higher level musically, but also then to ensure that we have arts education offerings for all in an alternative manner. Cost-wise is not going to be a prohibitive thing. We are going to be piloting this at 4 schools next year. And certainly that will guide our decisions in the future on how to bring that potentially district-wide. And certainly those cost perspectives would be something that we would consider along the way.
Well, thank you very much for that insight. Do we know yet what 4 schools? Because where I'm going with that, I just want to make it sure that it is a broad range of where we're getting that experience.
We do. We have worked with principals in the spring and have brought that forward to about 6 different schools to start with that were meeting, trying to meet different needs. We were looking to meet needs for some of our larger choir programs to provide alternative arts programming on campuses. We were looking for campuses where we wanted to engage students in a different way. So we have schools involved like Zuni Hills and Heritage. We have Sunset Heights and Desert Valley who are also going to be involved. So we have a pretty good sprinkling. So we have very large schools that we're looking to pilot at, and we have some smaller schools that we're looking to pilot at as well. So we believe that by addressing some of the needs of small schools and large schools and the different needs of different size choir and band programs on those campuses, that if we can create a pilot that can solve and provide opportunities for student choice at those schools, we should be able to bring that model to the larger district, knowing that it will be a success.
That's great to hear. I think about Heritage specifically as you laid out those options, and 2 things come to mind is Heritage has been known as a STEM school, and the fact that you're adding arts as a STEAM school and continuing to morph on how that best meets our students, as well as it's in the city of Glendale. A lot of times people recognize Peoria Unified, but we have a lot of schools as well in the city of Glendale. So that partnership with the city of Peoria and Glendale is imperative in the fact that we can speak to, we're offering these school choices for parents and students. Thank you so much for being innovative in that approach, as well as finding outside sources like grant funding to maintain sustainability. I am a fan of the arts, as well as it correlates well for our special ed students and how they work through the challenges of going to school. The only other thing top of mind is I recognize we're not going to be in this current environment for long. Do we have a method or a plan in place as we go through COVID, or have you thought about that? I'll just stop there.
Regarding the pilot program, do we have a plan in place, or do we have an arts plan in place for scheduling?
For these classes, and I think about the experience of some of our students that are in photo, for example, do they have the ability and some ideas if they have to go to digital? Are these classes going to be still offered?
We believe they would be at this point in time. What we believe is they will be built into the schedule, into the junior high block schedule on our campuses. So they would be part of our core offerings. They would be part of the equity standard and would have those pieces in place, and we would want to ensure that students have access and opportunity to the classes. So we would definitely find a way, even if it's in a hybrid or in some kind of a virtual environment, to move these classes forward. I would like to bring up that one of the things that we are excited about that was not spotlighted on there that we are looking for, and I believe that we can bring forward in the future, is bringing our unified arts programming down into a junior high environment with some of these arts pathways courses as well. We've had a lot of success at Kellis High School as well as at Liberty High School for that. So that is something that we would certainly be very excited to explore as well in the future through this program.
Well, thank you so very much. And for that, I wanted to ensure to our community that this is where we have the opportunity to shape what experiences our students have. And as we continue moving forward as a district, I would like to see social studies and curriculum and ideas and history from all perspectives to be presented to the board in the near future. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Panzer, and thank you, Ms. Sayre. Any other discussion around 9.1?
Mr. Sandoval?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, this is Mrs. Underhill. I was just going to say that I'm really excited to see these new offerings as well, because I think that will really lead to, as our students, matriculate into high school, kind of pique their interest in some of the opportunities that are available as they keep going. So good job and appreciate the new opportunities for our students.
Yeah, agreed. It's it's one of the things that we're known for as a district, right? Is all the offerings and programs, and we're always thinking forwardly on behalf of our students. So yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. If no further discussion, I do need a motion to approve 9.1 curriculum and instruction.
President Sandoval, I move to approve 9.1 curriculum and instruction new course proposals.
I'll second that. So, Ms. Concha, we have a motion to approve 9.1 by Ms. Saya Martinez and a second by myself.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Mrs. Pingerelli?
Aye.
Mr. Sandoval?
Aye.
Mrs. Stone?
Aye.
Mrs. Seja Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Underhill?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes.
Thank you for that. All right, moving on to 9.2, second read on policy JFB, open enrollment. Ms. Saya Martinez.
Thank you for bringing this forward as well. I definitely wanted to bring this to the forefront. Last board meeting, the board had robust conversation as a result of Dr. Reynolds creating a committee and presenting a recommendation on changing our open enrollment, also known as the variance policy. I just want to confirm the timeline when this becomes effective and how is this going to be communicated?
Thank you for that, Mrs. Seja Martinez, President Sandoval, Governing Board. This will go, if you approve this evening, this will be in effect for the enrollment period will be in effect for the 2021 school year, but it would be for students who would be moving into the 21-22 school year as open enrolled students. A lot of this, whether it is how we renew applications, those kinds of things, that would all go into effect immediately. And then working with Mrs. Airey and her team, as we mentioned at the last meeting, to get this information out, it's going to require a big effort to make sure that we communicate from a district perspective, but also from a school perspective, that every parent, every family understands the change to the policy, and that will begin immediately.
Thank you very much. I know we've received a lot of communication from our community on working on those channels of communication. And just to highlight that if the board approves this policy tonight, everything for this school year is in good order, but the board should start receiving updates according to this policy in September of next year. Is that correct? For the approval process?
So we would, yes, you're exactly right. We, Mrs. Seja Martinez, President Sandoval, we would be bringing the capacity approval to the board. Now, this again would be for the 21-22 school year. We would be bringing the capacity approval to the board in September for your approval.
Thank you. And my only concern as we move forward is, as a result of this change of the open enrollment policy, is to clearly give a concise message. If there's any call to action from the parents, I would also ask roundtable dialogue so that we can hear any concerns as we move forward with this particular policy change, and that the community, parents, students have the opportunity to voice their insights, as this to me is a big policy change.
Thank you for that. And just to assure you, part of our committee's work is to come back after we go through this process the first time and get their feedback. So that committee will be looking at options, as you just mentioned, to get that feedback from all areas of our district.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that the policy is alive and that anytime we receive that feedback in the best interest of the students, we make the changes. So for that, I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sayre Martinez. Board members, any further discussion? Ms. Stone?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Underhill?
No, thank you.
All right. Ms. Pingerelli?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. So that said, I do need a motion to approve 9.2, second read of JFB, open enrollment.
I move that we approve 9.2, second read on policy JFB, open enrollment.
I'll second.
All right. So, Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Underhill and a second by Ms. Stone.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Mrs. Pingerelli?
Aye.
Mr. Sandoval?
Aye.
Mrs. Stone?
Aye.
Mrs. Sayre Martinez? Mrs. Sayre Martinez? I believe you might
Sorry
be on.
about that. Yep, I had some tech issues. It wasn't clicking over. Aye.
Thank you, Mrs. Underhill.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Contra. Okay, moving on to 9.3, revised employee evaluation tools. Ms. Sayre Martinez?
Thank you again, President Sandoval and Governing Board, for the opportunity to discuss this particular item. We have collectively trying to move the dial on evaluations. For the most part, I am comfortable with all the evaluations except for 4. And the reason being is the language, and change needs to start with the leadership team. And when I looked at the 4 leadership as well as teacher on assignment, I identified these leadership evaluations that I'm not comfortable approving. So with that in mind, I am looking at specifically domain 2 when we state cultural leadership. It highlights the fact, and I did bring this forward to our administration, and I appreciate the dialogue, specifically supporting systematic culture. We have data to support. We have cognitive and implicit biases in our disparity of discipline. We have hiring practices that it's a work in progress, and the statement highlights that we would support our leadership to maintain that level of culture, and for that I'm not comfortable. I would be more interested in changing that language when looking at cultural leadership to include phrases such as contributing, influencing. We've received feedback from parents and students of disrespect or bullying. I would like to see a word language to incorporate respecting differing viewpoints and experiences, demonstrating empathy. And for that, the 4 evaluations that are presented in this list, teacher on assignment, site administrator, district administrator, and classified supervisors, I am not comfortable with the language that does not highlight cultivating differences.
Thank you for that, Ms. Sayre Martinez. That said, I mean, I don't disagree with the statement. You know, I think as we take a look at, I think there's many tools, policies, our student and family handbook, et cetera, that do require, you know, another look. And I believe those are looked at annually, the student handbook, but to ensure that, you know, they do represent supportive language and environments, and in a way that, you know, allows and really drives a mindset across the district, a mindset of, and I'll use Ms. Sayre Martinez's word, of empathy and compassion, and looking beyond what's right in front of you, right? So that said, Dr. Davidson, I guess it's be a question for you. I think can we approve the evaluation tool minus those 4 evaluations and bring those back for another look?
President Sandoval, members of the board, and our superintendent, Ms. Pallas Thompson. Mr. Sandoval, the answer is yes. If the board is not ready to move on certain evaluation tools, certainly someone can make a motion to move on the ones you're comfortable with, and then I would ask to work alongside you as well as leadership, our district leadership there, to perhaps find some areas where we could make additional changes. Certainly, Ms. Ceja Martinez, thank you for your comments, and look forward to working alongside you if that opportunity presents itself. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think one of the things that we always talked about is, our diversity and inclusion initiatives, right? And how we do take an inclusive and very intentional approach to implementing, that, again, that mindset into everything that we do across the district. So that said, Ms. Ceja Martinez, maybe you can help me, Ms. Underhill.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump in. I was going to wait patiently with my hand up. No, Ms. Ceja Martinez, I do appreciate your lens and that perspective. And I think that's exactly right. That we need to be looking at all of our evaluations, through that lens. And it may be that, and I'm fine with, kind of moving forward with the leadership, to begin with, for sure. But yeah, we may want to just, utilize that lens and evaluating them all as we continue to move forward. And I know that, the group is continuing to move forward on the continued improvement of these tools. So great point to bring up. And thank you for that.
Thank you for that. Dr. Davidson.
President Sandoval, members of the board, Ms. Pallas Thompson. Also, I just wanted to give a shout out of thanks to many administrators and employees who gave their time and effort this year to revamp and review our tools. Certainly there's additional work to be done, and I'm comfortable with that, but I have a large list, and I didn't send that to you for no other reason other than I forgot, but we have a lot of people that gave a lot of time through committee work, so I just wanted to tell everybody thank you for doing that.
Yes, of course. Thank you for that. Absolutely. That said, Ms. Ceja Martinez, again, if you can help me here, what I'd like to realize is a motion to approve the revised employee evaluation tools minus the 4 that you referenced.
Perfect. And I know technology and being virtual is a challenge. I would offer Ms. Pingerelli or Ms. Doan, is there anything that you would like to add?
Mrs. Ceja Martinez, can you just go through which attachment and exactly which area?
Perfect. So
17 attachments. Okay.
To meet Mr. Sandoval's request, what I would be proposing is a revised amendment to exclude teacher on assignment, teacher on a special assignment, which is, I'm pulling up the document right now. And the reason why I bring that one up is when I looked on the HR, it's also listed as an administrative role. So Dr. Davidson, please correct me if I'm wrong, if that is not accurate. And that's why I was gearing just specifically with the leadership team.
Ms. Ceja Martinez, you are correct. We are assigning some of our TOA type roles as an assistant to the principal. So you are correct.
Thank you for that. So the first one I am looking at is teacher on assignment. And if you go through the attachments, it is the very last one, teacher on special assignment evaluation. I am asking site administrators evaluation, which is the third one up. District administrators evaluation form, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 8th one up from the bottom. And the last one, the one right above it, classified supervisor. And so when I looked at the language specifically being inclusive of differences of opinions, how do we cultivate some of that language in there that we're recognizing compassion and empathy? And then it would be up to our superintendent to determine measurable outcomes. But for the language, holistic approach, incorporating, creating that inclusive environment. So my motion would, and Ms. Contra, correct me if I'm wrong, please. I would move to approve to exclude teacher on special assignment, site administrator, district administrator, and classified supervisor evaluation forms in 9.3 evaluation tools. Ms. Contra, did I get that right?
Yes, Mrs. Cejar Martinez, thank you. Pardon me. Thank you for clarifying that. I have the motion reading, motion to approve revised observation tools used with the exception of teacher on special assignment, site administrator, district administrator, and classified supervisor evaluation tools.
Perfect. So that's what I would recommend, governing board. And those are the items I would be looking at. And I acknowledge, Dr. Davidson, you and your team have done a plethora of work, and you've also shared with us some phasing this year and next year and going forward, that these tools are also live documents. But I am, as I shared earlier, not comfortable with not including language that cultivates differences.
Dr. D, quick question for us. I want to make sure that we bring these back, these 4 items back in a timely fashion. What's your timeline on getting these approved, to get these approved?
Thank you, President Sandoval. We certainly have a little bit of time. First and foremost, right, not knowing exactly what school is going to look like, we have a little bit of time to figure those evaluation pieces out. But I would say if I can, get some feedback, some additional feedback. I think I understand where both you and Ms. Cejar Martinez are at this point with those items, but I'll be working with Dr. Reynolds and team to bring those back to you certainly sometime in July so that we can start the new school year with current and revised tools.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Okay. Very good. Any other discussion around this line item? Ms. Dunn?
Well, I don't really mind it the way it is, to tell you the truth. I think that people are pretty hyper aware of the whole differences issue right now. And I think Peoria is doing pretty good with it, but obviously we'll go with the board majority on it.
Thank you for that. Ms. Underhill.
I'm sorry about that. I don't have any other comments. I do think that, like I said previously, I would stand by what I said, that we do need to be making sure that we have that lens, on all of our evaluations, because we want to make sure that we are growing and learning as a district, and making sure that our community feels that as well. So I would stand with where I was before. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Pingerelli?
Well, I'm always open for further discussion. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And Ms. Martinez, any other discussion from you?
No, that's it. I move to approve. And Ms. Contra, can you show the language so that I can officially? I know you had it. 9.3, I move to approve 9.3 revised employee evaluation tool, excluding teacher on special assignment, site administrator evaluation, district administration form, and classified supervisor form. Yes, did I get it correctly?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
And I'll second that.
Thank you.
Ms. Contra, we have. You're welcome. We have a motion by Ms. Cejar Martinez, second by myself.
Very good. Mrs. Pingerelli?
Aye.
Mr. Sandoval?
Aye.
Mrs. Stone?
Aye.
Mrs. Seja Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Underhill?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Contra. Okay, moving along to section 10, agenda items. 10.1, discussion and consideration. Actually, let me just take a quick pause, and I want to get a pulse from everybody. How's everybody doing? Should we take a quick 5-10 minute break? From what I understand, Ms. Pallas Thompson's video is up and running and working. Up to you. We can take a quick break to watch it, or we can continue along. Thoughts?
Whatever the group wants.
I think we ought to watch it.
Yeah, I agree. Ms. Pingerelli?
I say let's go for it.
President Sandoval, this is Mrs. Airey. Just a quick point of order. If we could just use this brief break to test the audio, and then when we resume from the break, once we get to the readdress item on our agenda, we'd be able to watch it then, if it's
perfect.
the pleasure of the board.
You got it. Let's do that. So we can go ahead and just take a quick break and then get back to 10, or do you want to, so you can test the audio? Because I'm assuming you can't test it if we're going through the agenda, right?
That's right, sir. If we could take maybe just a 5-minute break, that should allow us plenty of time to test.
Perfect. Let's do that. Let's give everybody 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, Mike. I got the video. I got the video up and running. There was no option on the. You there? Okay, hang on. Yeah, I got to go over to Teams first. I am in Teams, but it's on the other screen.
Gary?
Yeah.
Your mic is on. I just wanted to make sure you were aware.
It doesn't show. There. Got sharing.
Your mic is back on, Gary.
Welcome back. Thank you again, Ms. Airey and team, Mr. Colley, for that attempt. It's certainly worth trying without question. So I appreciate that. All right, moving along. 10.1, discussion and consideration of the publication of the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 maintenance and operations and district additional assistant budgets, and authorization to hold a public hearing no later than July 15th, 2020. Ms. Myers.
Well, thank you. Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the Governing Board, Mrs. Pallas Thompson, and community. I will ask Mr. Dennis to launch the presentation, and we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you. Thank you. This evening, I appreciate the opportunity to present the district's proposed fiscal year 2021 budget. And if we move to the next slide, please. And we'll go back one. Thank you. Thank you. Tonight I will share general budget background and requirement information, a summary of the fiscal year 2021 budget process, fiscal year 2021 budget changes, the estimated tax rate for next year, as well as highlight cash controlled and grant budgets. I would also like to acknowledge the work of our budget analyst, Veronica Fabella, and the business services team in their efforts related to the budget development process for fiscal year 2021. Each year, various internal and external factors affect the budget process. Fixed and variable considerations include new funding from the state of Arizona that is based on student enrollment and teacher compensation increase initiatives, as well as annual cost increases that include employee minimum wage requirements, employer benefit costs, utilities, custodial service costs, and curriculum and student learning initiatives. Each year, school districts are required by statute to propose and adopt a budget by July 15th. A public hearing notice is required to be published related to the proposed budget, and the public hearing is convened prior to the proposed budget being adopted in July. The proposed budget development is a multi-month process that involves input from the budget team that represents the various district employee groups. Regular budget team updates were provided to the governing board over the last several months of the budget process, and on May 14th, the budget team's recommendations related to compensation and other fixed and variable expenses were approved by the governing board. The fiscal year 2021 proposed budget includes the governing board approved salary compensation increases that are in alignment with the additional state funding for year 3 of the 20% by 2020 teacher compensation increase that will be received next year. The fiscal year 2021 State of Arizona budget approved by the legislature includes a 1.74% inflation increase to the base funding level. It also reflects an M&O and classroom site fund increase related to year 3 of the 20% by 2020 teacher compensation increase. This increase to the base level of funding is also eligible for future annual inflation increases. The budget also includes continued district additional assistance or capital funding restoration and funding from the district's current 13% maintenance and operations override. The fiscal year 2021 variable expense considerations include a retirement system employer contribution increase, increased custodial services costs, an additional special education allocation for community preschool, and the continued district payment of the CTE West MEC teacher 20% by 2020 raises from the district's M&O fund. In addition, a $552,000 optional teacher workday to be paid from a cash-controlled fund instead of M&O was approved with the request from the budget team to make the optional day permanent in fiscal year 2022 based on available funding. Included in the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget is the previously approved 2.5% benefits increase and approved retention stipends for certified and classified staff that will be paid from a non-M&O funding source.
There are no changes to performance pay amounts for administrators and eligible certified staff, and the proposed budget includes an increase in the minimum certified and teacher salary to a level of $40,114. Also included in the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget is the governing board approved 5% compensation increases to all employee groups. The proposed M&O budget the proposed M&O budget amount is $259,331,206 based on 48,974.279 weighted student count. This amount includes the increase to the base support level, inflation funding, and additional teacher compensation. The M&O override amount included in the budget is $29,255,625. The M&O override supports district-wide positions, programs, all-day kindergarten, and staff compensation. An override is in place for up to 7 years. If not renewed in year 5 on November 3rd, 2020, it will begin to phase out on July 1st, 2021, and the associated funding will be eliminated over 3 years. The district's additional assistance budget amount for fiscal year 2021 is $15,685,257 and includes continued district additional assistance restoration that equals 80% of the expected restoration amount. The fiscal year 2021 classroom site fund budget is $23,785,545 and is restricted to eligible certified staff for base and performance pay. The classroom site fund recommendations include a 2.5% increase for eligible certified teachers function 1,000 staff to their portion of their salary funded from funds 11 and 13. As well as a 2.5% increase for eligible certified staff function 2,000 in an amount equal to the classroom site fund increase, with the increase being paid from M&O instead of from the classroom site fund. Each year when we propose the budget, we estimate the tax rate with a tax rate and levy template issued by the Property Tax Oversight Committee and the Maricopa County Education Service Agency. The final tax rate will be set in August by the Maricopa County Education Service Agency and may change from our estimate. In the proposed budget, there is an estimated decrease in both the primary and secondary tax rate compared to the last budget revision in fiscal year 2020. The main reasons for the decrease are a decrease in the qualified tax rate that is set by the state, an increase in the district's net assessed valuation, and the continued amortization of the district's outstanding bonds. This data table and graph detail the property tax rates associated with the current 13% M&O override in conjunction with existing bond sales and associated property tax rates. Over the last 5 years, the combined secondary tax rate has decreased from $3.26 per $100 of limited assessed valuation in fiscal year 2017 to $2.92 in fiscal year 2021. The proposed budget also contains budget amounts for cash-controlled funds and $29 million for federal and state grants, which includes a budget amount of $4.2 million for CARES Act eligible expenses. Administration recommends the governing board approve the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget as presented to be adopted at a public hearing on or before July 15th, 2020. This concludes the presentation. I am available to answer your questions at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Myers, thank you as always for your comprehensive report outs regarding the district's finances. That said, Ms. Stone, questions and comments?
I don't have anything. Thank you, Ms. Myers, for your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. Ms. Underhill?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I do have one question on the fiscal year 2021 other funds that are listed on the second to last slide. I recognize that most of the work in preparing the budget obviously was done prior to COVID and all those things. I'm just curious as to the federal and state grants that are listed there. Are those, where are we standing with those right now? Is that figured into the increased custodial costs, or is this funding that we are just, I guess, what is the status of that funding at this point?
Thank you, President Sandoval, Mrs. Underhill, members of the governing board. The district is eligible for CARES Act funding as well as FEMA funding, and you may recall we brought that application signature authority forward at a prior board meeting. In our fiscal year 2020 budget revision, we also did include the CARES Act as expenses related to COVID bridged 2 fiscal years, and in the school finance community through ADE in the state, they allowed districts to include the CARES Act funding. A district's eligibility in part is calculated based on their Title I Section A formula, and so we know we're eligible for $4.2 million. It's been published by ADE. We're currently working as an administrative team and with our schools to identify which eligible expenses can be included in the CARES Act. It's a reimbursement grant, if you will, for expenditures that have already been incurred, and that analysis will continue into the new year. So to definitively answer your question, we are aware of the dollar amount and the grant requirements for both the CARES Act and FEMA-DEMA, and we are identifying appropriate expenditures that have already occurred as well as will occur as we move into the new year that will be included in that grant funding. The $4.2 million is separate from the additional funding that was announced yesterday that I will mention in this evening's state and local legislative update. But it is a very broad grant that can cover many things, and we're identifying the expenditures that should be included in that grant, and we are including it in our proposed budget. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And yes, thank you for clarifying about the new money as well. And just generally, thank you for providing a very thorough answer to my very non-clarified question. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli.
I also wanted to thank Ms. Myers for a very thorough presentation. I have no questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Pingerelli. Ms. Sayre-Martinez.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I just want to highlight a couple things. This process has definitely not been easy or overnight. This has been a robust conversation. Both the board, kudos to all of you, as well as the administration for being inclusive in practices. Please note, community, there are 32 employees that served on a committee that works side by side with our leadership team and Ms. Myers at the helm. So thank you. It's such a big task to take on, as well as all the changes that we've been facing this year. I want to ask a question specifically on the CARES Act money. I just want to reiterate, is that amount a one-time payout that we know of?
Thank you, President Sandoval. This is Sayre-Martinez, members of the governing board. At this time, the initial CARES Act amount that districts are eligible for has been published. Not to say there may or may not be additional federal funding that is administered through local education agencies. So the one amount we know we're working with right now is the $4.2 million. Again, and I'll mention this in the legislative update, we're also aware that there will be additional opportunities through the CARES Act that are being administered through the governor's office related to the executive order that was published yesterday, and $270 million of one-time funding from the governor's office, which is separate from the $4.2 million that the district has already qualified for and is in the process of applying for reimbursements, as well as the DEMA-FEMA grant. FEMA being a federal agency, and then DEMA being the state level agency that is also administering funding to school districts for COVID-related expenses.
Thank you very much. I'll just leave one last comment. As I mentioned, this process has been long and lengthy and robust with everybody involved. And if the community has any questions about how we ended up with this proposal, please note that the committee started their meeting back in January, and the board received continuous updates. So please feel free to search in our minutes as well as live stream videos if you want to hear how that conversation ended. With that, thank you again, and I have nothing else to add.
Thank you, Ms. Sam Martinez, and yes, Ms. Myers, thank you very much, you and your team. School finance is a tall glass of water as it is. Then you add in, what we're going through now with the pandemic. So your ability to, adapt and continue to be innovative and thoughtful, around the finance vertical within our district is absolutely appreciated. So thank you for that. All right. That said, we're moving on to, actually, I apologize. We need to, I need a motion to approve 10.1, the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 maintenance and operations and district additional assistance budgets, and authorized to hold a public hearing no later than July 15th, 2020. So need a motion?
I move that we approve the budgets and the authorization as presented.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Stone and a second by Ms. Underhill. Ms. Contra, you can lead us in a vote, please.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Yes. Mrs. Pingerelli?
Aye.
Mr. Sandoval?
Aye.
Mrs. Stone?
Aye.
Mrs. Seja Martinez?
Aye.
And Mrs. Underhill?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you for that. Now we can move on to 10.2, sale of tax anticipation notes by the district. And that is being presented by Ms. Myers.
Yes, good evening again, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Superintendent Pallas Thompson. As we launch the presentation for this evening, I will thank you for the opportunity to provide information regarding tax anticipation notes and district cash flow operations.
Ms. Myers, may I ask which one it is?
Thank you, Gary. I believe it's that last one right there.
The resolution one.
No, I think there should be a PowerPoint attached.
PDF. There it is. Got it.
Thank you very much. And we'll go ahead and advance to the next slide, please. And as we do that, I would also like to formally acknowledge that Mr. William Davis, Managing Director with Piper Sandler and Company, the district's advisor related to tax anticipation notes, has joined us virtually this evening for the presentation. And Mr. Davis will be available to answer technical questions regarding the documents attached to this agenda item if I am not able to do so. And with that, tax anticipation notes, or TANs as they are commonly called, are securities with a maturity of 1 year or less. For the last several years, the district has issued TANs annually in conjunction with utilizing a $42 million credit line with the Maricopa County Treasurer to address uneven revenue payments from the state during the year. The uneven revenue streams include a very large deferred revenue payment that is received in July after the June 30th year end, which for the current fiscal year is expected to be in excess of $39 million. The reason why the district does issue TANs instead of relying solely on the credit line is because the interest rate on TANs is typically less than the credit line interest rate. This year, the tax anticipation notes will be sold directly to the county treasurer as taxable notes. The interest rate will be benchmarked off the one-year treasury bill, which is currently at 17 basis points. For comparison purposes, the one-year AAA tax-exempt MMD rate today is 25 basis points. If we were to set the interest rate with the treasurer today, the estimated true interest cost would be just under 1%. The interest rate for the line of credit is set approximately 67% of prime, which is approximately 2.17% today. And over the last 5 years, the average savings related to issuing TANs has been over $100,000 a year. And Peoria Unified will be joining 9 other districts, or we're one of 9 rather, I should say, to participate in the program. The tax anticipation notes are repaid from tax, state aid, and interest revenue. To facilitate the repayment, the Maricopa County Treasurer will transfer monies from the district's maintenance and operations fund into a repayment fund in May of 2021, prior to the July 2021 repayment date. And if we move to the next slide, please. In July of 2019, the district issued TANs in the amount of $15 million with a $25 million authorization. Administration recommends that for this year, the governing board adopt the resolution authorizing the sale of tax anticipation notes in an amount not to exceed $20 million in July of 2020 for fiscal year 2021 cash flow needs. And if we advance to the final slide, this does conclude the tax anticipation note presentation. At this time, Mr. Davis and I are available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, for that presentation. Ms. Stone, questions and comments?
No, thank you for the presentation. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. Ms. Underhill.
Thank you. I don't have any questions either. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Pingerelli?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Airey Martinez?
Of course, President Sandoval. TANs. For clarity, Ms. Myers, so that I understand, when this comes up, we have to borrow money because the state does not pay their bills on time to the district. Is that accurate or is that wrong?
President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Mrs. Sehar Martinez, the payment of bills, but rather cash flows of revenue being collected and then dispersed to school districts. And so sometimes there are timing issues with that revenue stream and being received compared to when we might have a large payroll or insurance for the year, as an example. So it's really meant to help us bridge cash flow considerations on when we have expenditures of certain dollar amounts and we've not yet received all of the funding from the state for the year. It is true there is a very large rollover payment each year that I referenced earlier in the presentation. We also, as I mentioned, do a line of credit with county treasurer, and we evaluate the interest rate savings, if you will, of issuing TANs compared to using the credit line. But it's truly to navigate timing differences with cash flows. And I'll ask if Mr. Davis would like to add any comments to that response, and I'll go ahead and mute. Thank you.
Mrs. Myers, thank you very much. Mr. President, members of the board, board member Mrs. Sehar Martinez, it's a very good question. The only thing that I would add is that the property tax system in the state of Arizona is also set up and contributes to some of the cash flow deficits. And as you all know, the tax rates are set in August, as Mrs. Myers mentioned. The first collection, the first installment, if you will, becomes delinquent on November 1st, and the second installment becomes delinquent on, the subsequent May 1st. So the district, you receive a good portion of your budget in property taxes. It's a little bit less than 50% of your total budget, but because you get the bulk of those dollars at the end of October, the 1st of November, and the end of April, the 1st of May, that also kind of creates those deficits that Mrs. Myers referenced. That's all I'd like to add.
Thank you. So, and just for my understanding, so if we are expecting revenue from the state and it doesn't come in on time, we have to borrow money from the state with interest and pay them back? Is that, am I too simplifying that too much?
No, that's accurate.
Thank you. So sorry, Ms. Myers, go ahead.
Sorry, pardon. President Sandoval, Mrs. Sayre Martinez, however, the district does also have the opportunity each year to apply for an advance of state aid. And when the district does that, be it if that request is approved or not, once a district has done that for at least 2 years, we actually have additional budget capacity to cover the TANS costs and credit line costs. So yes, there is a cost to the district, but by utilizing that advance of state aid tool, we actually get additional funding to cover the cost, and the district has done that in recent years.
Okay. And you mentioned basis points, and you're asking the board to approve not to exceed 25 million, but you have seen in previous years 20 million that we've spent. Is that correct?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Sayre Martinez, members of the board, actually the request this year is a not to exceed amount of 20 million. The actual TANS final amount will be most likely lower than that. As an example, for last year, we had a $25 million request for approval, and we issued 15 million. And over the years, our TANS issuance dollar amount has come down as we've built up our fund balance and continue to focus on managing our cash flows. But if you have additional questions on basis points or the interest rate or the delta per se, I'll ask Mr. Davis to perhaps elaborate on the comments that I've shared this evening regarding the savings, if you will, between the credit line and the interest rate with the TANS, as well as perhaps comment on the evaluation. We do always look at, is it a taxable security or not taxable, tax exempt, and how that impacts the interest rate. So I'll mute now and ask Mr. Davis to add additional comments, please.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Mr. President, members of the board. So there's a couple, I think, comments there. Historically, one of the benefits of issuing tax anticipation notes is that the interest rate is substantially lower. This year, as Mrs. Myers mentioned, we're estimating it to be slightly below 1%, all in, true interest cost versus the 2.17, which is the current line of credit. The other benefit is with the tax anticipation notes is that you're allowed to issue the notes in late July or August, and that's really prior to when your deficits occur. So the dollars are deposited in your account, in the district's account at the county treasurer's office, and they're invested for you. And that investment return, if you will, offsets the interest cost, and sometimes, to the positive, to where you can earn some positive arbitrage, if you will, and further offset that cost while you're using those dollars. So when you have a deficit of substantial size for a period of time, it's very advantageous to participate in the program. Michelle, did I address all of the questions there?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Davis. I believe you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the additional information. I just have a hard time that we have to borrow money with interest because the state, as I stated, doesn't meet the deadlines that are needed to fund our budget as outlined. But with that being said, it is clear that we need some more change and education reform so that the state has the ability to pay their bills on time and we don't have to incur any more debt as a result of borrowing money. So with that, I'll leave it.
Thank you, Ms. Sayre Martinez. Ms. Myers, you may have answered this question, and Mr. Davis as well. So the funds, and I get it. It's our ability to close a gap with regard to our cash flow, based on delays from the state or funding delays from the state. Now, those dollars. Can you speak just a little bit to what are the restrictions around how the district uses those dollars? I guess that's my question.
Thank you, President Sandoval, members of the board. The funds can be used for M&O purposes or capital purposes. And what I mean by that is it transfers into M&O, and then of course with our budget we can transfer between M&O and capital. So it's not restricted to any one purpose. It truly offsets where we're not receiving the full funding for state aid and equalization because of the timing differences. And so it's a tool many districts use. One of the main benefits is it allows us to prepay our insurance with Valley Schools. That again helps with the outflow of the expenditure, the cash flow, if you will, and we don't have to use our credit line immediately at the beginning of the fiscal year. And we typically do use our credit line toward the end of the year once we've repaid the TANs. As I mentioned, the county treasurer actually takes from M&O the repayment amount in May, and it's put in a holding account, if you will, for repayment in July. And that's typically when we do use our credit line intermittently in May and June of each year. But the TANs typically bridge any cash flow timing issues at the beginning of the fiscal year. And again, one of the main things that it supports is the prepayment of our insurance.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you for that. Any other discussion, board members? With that said, I do need Ms. Myers and Mr. Davis. Thank you both very much for the time and the again very complete presentation. That said, I do need a motion to approve the sale of tax anticipation notes by the district.
I move that we approve the sale of tax anticipation notes as presented.
And I'll second that. So, Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Stone, a second by Ms. Self. If you can guide us through a vote, that'd be great.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Mrs. Pingerelli?
Aye.
Mr. Sandoval?
Aye.
Mrs. Stone?
Aye.
Mrs. Seja Martinez?
Aye.
And Mrs. Underhill?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Perfect. Thank you for that. All right, moving along to 10.3, results-based funding, certified teacher and site administrator stipends. And this is being presented by Dr. Carter Davidson and Ms. Michelle Myers.
Yes, good evening again, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Mrs. Pallas Thompson. Tonight, administration will provide information on results-based funding and related recommendations for payments that the district received during the current fiscal year. Tonight, I will share background information related to results-based funding and summarize the district's funding in prior years, stipend payments and budget allocations to date, as well as the fiscal year 2020 funding amounts and recommended stipend payments to eligible staff. I will also highlight future considerations, and Dr. Davidson and I will be available to answer your questions at the end of the presentation. Arizona Revised Statute 15249.08 governs results-based funding, which are payments that are made to qualifying schools, not individuals, and are based on Arizona merit test scores. The resulting payments to school districts are 2 years in arrears after the qualifying school's test scores are earned. Payments are received twice a year, in December and May, as was the case this year, June, but typically the second payment is received in May, and the statute requires that the majority of the monies received by a school district shall be used at the school that earned the results for the teachers' salaries, to hire teachers, for school leader salaries, for classroom supplies, and for other strategies to sustain outcomes for students at the school. In addition, a portion of the monies received by a school district may be used for expanding and replicating that school site as a quality school model elsewhere in the district. Results-based funding monies must also be used to sustain and replicate results that have been achieved, including providing for costs associated with adding seats and serving more students at the awarded school site, mentoring school leaders and teachers from other sites to replicate the model and instructional practices that show results in closing the achievement gap. The funding should also be used to physically expand the results-based funding model or strategies at other locations to improve academic outcomes at that location and to accelerate academic growth. In fiscal year 2018, Vistancia Elementary was the first school to receive $215,754 of results-based funding. In fiscal year 2019, the number of schools grew to a total of 5 schools district-wide, with a combined funding amount of just over $1 million. District expenditures related to the fiscal 2018 and fiscal year 2019 payments were made in fiscal year 2020. The district was permitted to carry the fiscal year 2018 and fiscal year 2019 funding into the current year, and on August 22nd, initial stipend payments were approved by the governing board for eligible staff who were at the awarded schools the year the tests were administered and who were still employed by the district in fiscal year 2020. The expansion of this stipend criteria was approved by the governing board on February 13th, 2020 to also include stipend payments to eligible staff who worked at the qualifying schools the year the payment was received in fiscal year 2018 and fiscal year 2019, and who were continuing employees with the district or had terminated from the district. The expanded criteria addressed the fact that the district did not make the stipend payments in fiscal 2018 and fiscal year 2019, the years the funding was received, which is when the requisite contractual consideration to make the payment occurred. This expanded approach was also considered to incentivize all staff at a site to sustain and replicate the success of the school. After the fiscal year 2018 and fiscal year 2019 stipends were paid, the remaining funds at each school were allocated to be managed 75% by the school for results-based funding eligible expenditures, and 25% was to be managed by the district for expansion and replication at other non-results-based funding schools. District-wide expenditures to date have totaled $18,250 for district-wide professional development, and the percentage of teacher to site administrator stipend payments to date has been 97% and 3% respectively. In fiscal year 2020, the number of qualifying schools grew from 5 to 14, and the associated funding that was received in both December and June of the current year totaled $2,162,847.25. An administrative review group that included the principals of the current year's 14 qualifying schools considered several options related to the fiscal year 2020 payments. The final recommendation that was initially brought forward by administration allowed for both the largest site managed allocation and stipend amount for eligible staff in combination. Due to the number of qualifying staff at the 14 schools and the amount that was earned by each school, the amount of the stipend is lower this year compared to prior years based on the number of schools growing from 5 to 14, as well as the varying amounts per school that were calculated based on the state statute-driven funding calculation. As the initial recommendation for the fiscal year 2020 stipends was finalized, the review group felt it was important to distinguish the stipend amount based on if a staff member was at the school during the year the test score was earned, and if the school was a Title I school or not, as the title status of a school actually becomes part of the funding calculation. And this consideration was deemed important, even though the funding is earned by a school and not an individual. It was initially recommended that the fiscal 2018 and 2019 payment eligibility criteria remain the same for fiscal year 2020, And if a certified teacher or site leader qualified for the stipend based on being at a school the year the test score was earned, or at the school the year the payment was received, and was employed during fiscal 2020, the eligible staff member would receive the stipend payment on July 7th, 2020. Administration has reviewed the previous recommendation for the fiscal year 2020 results-based funding stipend payments for the current year and has updated the recommendation to only include certified teaching staff and site administrators who were at the school during the school year that the Arizona merit results were obtained, which was the 27-2018 school year, and who were employed by the district in fiscal year 2020, the year the funding was received at a district school site. If a staff member is leaving the district at the end of the school year, they would still receive the stipend as fiscal year 2020 compensation. Due to the eligibility criteria being restricted, the associated stipend amounts have increased to be $1,300 for a non-title school certified teaching staff and site administrators, as well as $2,100 for a title school certified teaching staff and site administrator. Future considerations for the district include the fact that results-based funding is not guaranteed to be funded each year and is subject to annual appropriations from the legislature. It is also important to note that not all school districts pay a stipend or use the testing year as a mechanism to identify who is eligible for a stipend. From a planning perspective, the district must wait until the list of qualifying schools and funding amounts is received in the middle of the fiscal year in the month of December to make associated recommendations for the current year. In addition, as additional schools continue to qualify for results-based funding, it may be helpful to expand the annual evaluation group to include a broader number of stakeholders for input on the continuation of stipend payments and other eligible expenses. This concludes the results-based funding presentation. Dr. Davidson and I are available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers, for the update and again, comprehensive presentation. Ms. Stone, questions and comments?
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Underhill?
No, I appreciate the work that, was done to go back and, update this policy. I apologize because I know that this has probably been answered many times, but my question is, so if you were at the school that achieved the score in 2018, but then you retired the following year, so you were not there during 2020. In that case, are you not then eligible because you've been out of the district for too long to receive that payment? Is that correct? Because based on the funding requirements.
Thank you, Mrs. Underhill, President Sandoval, members of the governing board. There are statutory guidelines on how a district can expend the funding, but there's also what's called the requisite contractual consideration criteria that we evaluate in conjunction with requirements with the state constitution and the payment of public monies. And so if someone is not an employee and has been gone and was not with us the year the payment was received, they're not eligible for a stipend, and we have verified that with our legal counsel.
Great, thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify that. I know that, there was concern about, the individuals being at the school that had not achieved the score, but I just wanted to also clarify that second component. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli?
No questions.
Ms. Sayre Martinez?
Thank you, President Sandoval. And Ms. Underhill, I appreciate you bringing that up because I was thinking the same thing. So just to reiterate, our schools that qualified in 2017, 2018, the Peoria School District did not receive the funding from the state on their obligation until 2020. Is that accurate?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Sayre Martinez, yes, that is accurate.
Okay, thank you. It is frustrating when we fulfill our end and the state does not fulfill theirs. So let this bring another opportunity for board advocacy and administration to work on funding matters with the state, and that partnership would help incentivize our teachers to do more when they're already asked to do so much. On top of that, those who have retired to enjoy their golden years like many have earned. Unfortunately, as a result of not sending that payment, state statute restricts us from paying our retirees, and that is very unfortunate. I have nothing else to add.
Thank you, Ms. Sayre Martinez, for that. And yeah, that point that Ms. Underhill brought up, and now Ms. Sayre Martinez, is one that is clearly it is disappointing without question. That said, one of the things that I definitely want to recommend, and we talk about it often, is one, ensuring that, you know, from an inclusivity perspective, and as we implement, you know, these types of rewards that come down from the state, so we're thinking globally about everything, right? As you know, as much as we can, you know, ensuring that, you know, we have all the pertinent stakeholders at the table, you know, to help us kind of think out loud and throw everything up on the wall and see what sticks, right? There's that, but then the other side of it is the expectation and communication as we roll this out, or any program throughout the district, ensuring that it is clear that to all who are impacted, in this case by the results-based funding, you know, how it's being funded, state statutes, etc. So you know, there is that expectation, you know, across the board. So it is disappointing. I do appreciate Ms. Myers, you, Dr. Davidson, and team going back and you know, listening to not only you know, the feedback from the board, but the many conversations that came through via email, and I'm sure other methods, you know, around results-based funding. So thank you for that. Any other discussions, questions, comments? Okay, Ms. Myers, Dr. Davidson, thank you both very much for your time and the presentation. At this point, I do need a motion to approve 10.3, which is a results-based funding certified teacher and site administrator stipends.
President Sandoval, I move to approve results-based funding certified teacher and site administrator stipends.
Second.
All right, Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Sayre Martinez and a second by Ms. Underhill. If you can walk us through a voice vote, that'd be great.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Yes. Mrs. Pingerelli?
Aye.
Mr. Sandoval?
Aye.
Mrs. Jones?
Aye.
Mrs. Sayre Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Underhill?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Contra. Okay, moving on to 10.4, COVID-19 updates. Before we get into the details, Dr. Reynolds, Ms. Contra, I believe we have some public comment around this line item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Sandoval. I do have 5 public comments, all related in some manner to this update. The first is from Ms. Kelly C. In my opinion, the safest thing to do would be to start virtual for the first semester and then come back together and reevaluate the numbers, how the numbers look, and safety of the kids. Second comment, Ms. Doreen Walker. Governing Board, thank you for hearing from the parents and public in regard to the 2021 school year. While I did respond to the parent survey, I feel it's important to hear on the record what many of us are feeling, but may not have spoken publicly. While COVID-19 has deeply impacted every life, none have been so impacted as our children since March 16th, 2020. Children have literally had everything removed. friends, family, and familiar surroundings. School is the single most important thing our kids need, not just for the education, but for their mental health. They need to return to school at the previously scheduled time with as few restrictions as possible. They need to see their friends, their teachers, and familiar surroundings. They need to have as normal of a schedule as possible. As a parent of 3 children who all have IEPs, they need the special education services that they haven't been able to receive since March. There are many families who might not agree with my request, and that is okay. I would hope that the governing board has taken into consideration those families who don't feel it's safe to return to school and have made plans to do virtual learning for those families. But for the rest of us, those families for whom in-school learning is so very vital and are willing to assume the risk of sending our kids to school on buses if necessary, please consider keeping things as status quo as is possible. Our kids want and need to be able to sit in a classroom, to play tag on the playground, to eat lunch with friends in the cafeteria, to sing in a choir, or play in a band without having to sit 6 feet apart. Thank you very much for hearing my thoughts. I'm praying for wisdom to make the best decisions possible. Next public comment is from Julie Gerritsen. Good evening, my name is Julie Gerritsen, and last school year I had a freshman and a senior at Liberty. I am very concerned about what the next school year will look like for my daughter that will be a sophomore. First, I have to say that the survey the district sent out was one-sided and that the questions only dealt with online instruction. In my opinion, the last quarter was a joke because PUSD made the decision that all work was essentially optional. My freshman daughter did not do well in the PUSD online learning environment. She, like many other students, need to be in the classroom all day to perform well. Not one of her teachers required live class meetings during those many weeks. Yes, she received emails and had to watch many video recordings or video clips, but nothing live, which I was very disappointed with. If she had any math questions, she had to ask them by teacher email. I teach math at GCC, so I know that this is not a very productive way to ask math questions. Also, none of my senior daughter's teachers required live meetings. Unfortunately, talking with other parents, this was the norm, not the exception. With my daughter's schedules, we didn't run into this issue, but at the high school level, there are many classes that are not conducive to online learning because they are hands-on. I hope that PUSD decides to have school all day long, 5 days a week. I will definitely send my daughter all day. I sent this as an email to all governing board members this afternoon, but left out one important point. The gap in learning that students will have at the beginning of the 2021 school year, PUSD must implement a plan to deal with. Thank you for your time. Next comment is from Melissa Ruth. My son is to be an incoming freshman at Sunrise Mountain High School this fall semester. If you mandate mask wearing for students without allowing any exemptions such as medical, religious, or personal belief, I will not enroll my son in PUSD and will homeschool him with a curriculum of my choosing instead. You cannot expect students to mask wear and not allow them to breathe in 100% of the oxygen their brains need to be learning and concentrating on their teachers' lessons. There are no long-term studies of extended mask wearing on children and teens, and their brains and bodies are still growing. I will not subject my child to extended mask wearing when there is no information on the long-term outcome of mask wearing. Please think realistically about how feasible it really would be to police thousands of students to mask wear 7+ hours a day and not take in fresh air. You risk losing many families and students to homeschool if you decide to go ahead with a mask mandate. Please make the right choice and give our students and family a choice on mask wearing. The next comment is from Renee Sanderson. With regard to the percentage of positive COVID-19 cases rising exponentially in Arizona, as a parent that is able to homeschool, I would like to see an option for my children to learn remotely. A growing number of parents in Vistancia are opting to homeschool their children next year. Should PUSD decide to reopen schools in August or any time thereafter, allowing for students to elect to learn remotely would better allow those that attend in-person classes to social distance. Should remote learning be an option, I firmly believe daily interactive live video instruction from their teachers would be more beneficial to the students. This would also help keep the children staying on a schedule and be accountable for showing up online for live video learning. I certainly hope to see an extensive remote learning option for those students and families which are not comfortable returning to school in the fall, including instruction via video rather than simply completing online lessons. And
thank you, Ms. Contra. Go ahead.
yes, that's okay. That is the end of public comment.
Okay, thank you for that. As always, Ms. Pallas Thompson and leadership, please make sure that we get back to these individuals, thank them for their input, and ensure that this input is included in our dialogue and our conversations around the opening of schools. Listening to these diverse lenses just makes us smarter and relevant as we move forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
That said, Dr. Reynolds, you're up, sir.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Governing Board, Mrs. Pallas Thompson, Cabinet, and guests listening online. As you just heard, an example of the feedback that we have been receiving from our community, President Sandoval, I think you called it the diverse perspectives that are out there. We are well aware of that, and we are listening. We are using that feedback to help direct our common sense approach to how we are working to bring our students back. We want to thank our community for that feedback and being willing to share their thoughts as we work through this. Our stakeholder group has been hard at work. Our task force, they are quite honestly working around the clock to put together our plan. Tonight we have Mr. Dogood, who is spearheading that task force and working to create our different pathways for students. It's important to note we heard from some of the feedback tonight, and we've received that feedback over the last few weeks about an online option for families who might not be comfortable sending their students to school in this pandemic. And so we have been working hard, and Dr. Bell and her team working hard to create that online option. And we are excited to be able to present that starting tonight, as well as it's also important for our community to know that on July 1st, we'll be holding a study session. I'm going to reach out to Ms. Contra. It is 9 a.m. on next Wednesday, July 1st.
Yes, sir, you are correct. 9 a.m. Wednesday, July 1st.
Thank you very much. Where we will be really drawing a solid picture for our board and our community on what it will look like for students as they come back either face-to-face or online. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Dogood and his presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Well, good evening, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Mrs. Pallas Thompson. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to share with you the work our task force has done since our last update 2 weeks ago. Since then, much has been accomplished, and as Dr. Reynolds alluded to, our task force has been tireless in their efforts, nights, weekends, certainly numerous discussions amongst our committee members. So would like to publicly thank our committee members as well as our subcommittee members that number into the hundreds. So thank you to all of you. A week ago today, our task force committee members were asked to complete their work and submit it to us. Those recommendations were then vetted by our executive directors in what turned out to be a 6-hour meeting. In turn, each of our task force committee members presented to and worked with Cabinet to make final recommendations in each of the 15 areas of our plan. Additionally, early last week, I reached out to 15 principals across our district and asked them to send me the name of an active parent on their campus. The schools comprise a cross-section of our district, as we had representation from all areas and demographics, with both elementary and high schools included. The conversation took place last evening, and I know many of them, if not all, are listening this evening, and Mr. Dale Schuff, my co-chair, and I would like to thank them again for not only for their time, but for their obvious passion and commitment to our students, our schools, and their communities. The conversation was riveting, and we appreciated their insights. I had 4 questions prepared as we approached, and as we approached an hour and a half, we'd gotten through only 2 of them. The good news is because the conversation was so rich, the other two were already answered. So there were some themes that presented themselves as we discussed what a return to school would look like through their eyes. It was quite obvious that the vast majority of our parents in that subgroup wanted to return to normalcy as much as it was feasible. They wanted their children to have a, quote, complete school experience, end quote. The parents also felt it was extremely important to offer choice to our communities. They understood that some parents may be reticent to send their students back to school and would like an option of an online platform. The conversation then turned to each of their children within their own families having different experiences regarding teacher engagement during last year's school closures. Also, it will likely come as no surprise to you that the conversation included much discussion on masks. We have heard from countless parents and staff members regarding wearing masks during the school day, and while the group was almost unilaterally opposed to them, our county and cities are currently under mandate to wear masks in public places. We'll obviously continue to monitor that mandate and bring this forward to you again on July 1st. We ended the conversation with our parents that evening by asking them to please listen to tonight's governing board, and Mr. Schuff and I have scheduled a follow-up call with them this coming Monday night. Therefore, utilizing our survey data, our discussion with our parent group, endless feedback from social media and parent emails, and the vast work of our task force, we look forward to bringing you and our community the detailed plans for two options at our July 1st Governing Board study session: classroom instruction and virtual instruction. Our classroom instruction model would be offered for students who chose to come back to school in person with many safety measures in place, 5 days a week. With this option, we'd recommend moving our modified Mondays, our early release days, to Wednesdays to allow our cleaning crews to thoroughly disinfect midweek. There's much within this plan, and we'll be ready to discuss it with you next week. Our virtual instruction model would use, if approved this evening, a software called Florida Virtual as our platform. Again, we understand that accountability for our students and staff is imperative, as gleaned from our survey results and our discussion with our parent group. When I presented 2 weeks ago, I discussed a third option known as our hybrid or AABB model. During our work, discussion, and after much research into the feasibility and logistics of this option over the past 2 weeks, this option will be used as a contingency plan in the event that we were asked to vastly decrease capacity on our school sites based on the spread of the COVID-19 virus. We're also in the process of digesting information that was just released by the governor yesterday, which may present some challenges to this model. Between now and July 1st, we'll be reviewing the governor's requirements around hybrid schedules and may need to revise our work. We'll bring you those updates next week. We recognize that many other school districts have released plans and are now having to readjust those plans. We have purposefully and carefully outlining our plan, being mindful of our current environment and looking forward to presenting thorough work to you next week. We are very much looking forward to our discussion at our July 1st study session so that we may fully dive into each of the two options as well as to discuss our contingency plan. Thank you, and I stand for questions at this time.
Thank you for that, Dr. Reynolds and Mr. Dugood. Ms. Stone.
Well, I sure hope we can make up our minds on this. I'm not talking about us particularly, but as a nation and as a state, to be able to normalize the life for our children and I'm very glad that it looks like we'll be able to accommodate the wishes of our parents, to a large extent. You can't please everybody all the time, but I'm very pleased to note that, we'll have the double offering probably like that. And we'll do we have to follow state mandates, but other than that, it looks pretty good to me. So thank you very much for the presentation. I'm looking forward to next Wednesday. So that's about all I have to say for right now.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Stone. Ms. Underhill.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Duguid. You guys are doing an excellent job just keeping on top of, as we know, an ever-moving target. And I'm very excited to hear about, the different options that we're going to hopefully be able to provide to our parents and our students and our community. And I would agree, we do have a very diverse, perspective out there. So it's definitely a challenge, and just appreciate you guys keeping up on that and really taking the opportunity and making the effort to get that feedback. One question I just have is, I know we did the survey at the end of the year, and we kind of talked about people's experience with online learning and various different things. I'm wondering, we did not ask directly at that time because obviously a lot of things have changed and we didn't know, but do we have any indication around the percentages of students and parents that are interested in returning, in either scenario at all? I know we have anecdotal data from parent involvement, but I'm just curious about that because I would imagine that as we move forward, that's going to have a significant impact on budgeting and scheduling and transfer, everything. So I just was curious if we had an indication of that, or if we had planned to do, I know we've done a lot, but some additional work on that piece.
President Sandoval, Mrs. Underhill, members of the governing board, if memory serves, one of the questions on the survey with the parents was, if you would send your student back, if an online, or more towards an online question, and 22% of our parents responded that they would choose more so an online version than sending their student back, to in-person classroom instruction learning. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but that's what I recall the survey data saying to us.
Yeah, no, I do realize that. I did go back and look at the survey, so and that was quite a while ago, of course, and prior to our current upswing. And I just was curious if we had planned to do more of a direct ask based on the current situation. I understand if it's not feasible. I was just wondering about it.
Mr. Duguid.
Yes,
President Sandoval. Mrs. Underhill, thank you for that question. One of the first things we'll do once we get through our study session next week and potentially our July 9th governing board meeting, one of the first things that we plan to do is ask that exact question and ask our families to let us know as soon as possible what they're thinking, what their plans are as far as online or face-to-face, so that we'll have a really good idea of what we're facing as we move into August.
Great, thank you for that. I appreciate that, and I know it's a significant effort, and you're doing everything you can. I just was curious about trying to stay up to date on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli.
No questions this evening, but I look forward to next Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Sayar Martinez.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Mr. Duguid, thank you for being so inclusive in practices. We collectively have received a ton of information, emails, I see, and monitor social media as well on all platforms. And I will share, as a governing board member, it is frustrating to not know a plan. I'm a planner as well. I do appreciate and acknowledge that this is not a competition or a race. That right now, what is dictating our action plan is as a result of COVID-19 and keeping safety as our #1 priority. So I want to share that sentiment with all of us, as well as the community, that not knowing is causing angst, but our intent is to make the right decisions. In some of the feedback and trends that I've received, I know that we made an attempt to capture data via a survey with parents. I do want to recognize that at times it seemed one-sided and the dialogue is missing. You have taken an active role to engage with parents around this dialogue. Do we have any other intentions of hosting roundtables?
That's something, thank you for the question, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, President Sandoval. That is something that our task force has started to talk about with regard to once we are able to make the presentation to you on July 1st, is to schedule those meetings. And I would kick it over to Mrs. Airey for additional comments on this, as I know that we recently had discussions about this.
Thank you, Mr. Duguid. President Sandoval, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, thank you for that question and for a little bit of an insight into our communication plan. That is most certainly included on our plan. Using the technology such as we're using this evening, we do have some plans to host some special presentations for our community, go into a level of detail with our plans, just like we'll be doing for you on July 1st. We know that right after we go into great detail with all of you on July 1st, we'll start to hear from our community immediately. And as you said, monitoring our social media channels, our community gives us much feedback through that channel or through that platform, as well as through our email and a number of other forms. And so hosting some live events will help us to also kind of get a pulse on what are still some of the really burning questions or concerns that parents have, kind of where is that level of comfort? And we know it varies for every single family based on a number of different variables. But yes, we do have that included as part of our plan.
Thank you, Ms. Airey and Mr. Duguid. I know at one point we were talking about a few years back text messaging. A lot of community members use their phone via text. Do we have a platform in place where we could text and notify and saying that we have an update? Please go to the website or any other resource to communicate or receive information?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, I believe you may be in our computer, in our staff meetings, reading some of our plans, but as a parent, you'll be receiving the opt-in text message notice on Tuesday. Mrs. Dunsey, who has rejoined our team recently, will be thrilled that you asked about this. So yes, all parents in our district will receive a message from us next Tuesday, June 30th, asking them to opt in to receive text messages from us going forward, not only related to COVID-19, but related to all aspects of district-wide communication. And then soon, principals will be able to use this feature as well.
Thank you. And then the last thing, because we know not everybody uses social media, maybe text. It's not the most efficient way is consider mailers to our communities, just to bring attention to the different platforms, like a postcard like we've done in the past about updates of our strategic plan. I would like to see a form of bringing attention to our communication efforts and where they can go, or even a phone number if they don't have access to any of that, at least a phone number where they can call if they have any questions.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Ceja Martinez. We can look into that as well.
Perfect. As we continue to gather insights, there's one voice I'm still missing, and I did receive an email recently about staff insight. I know we have a diverse range in age populations. Have we pulsed Dr. Davidson, Dr. Reynolds, or even Mr. Duguid, if our staff want to come back? Do they feel safe? We have been very clear, or not we, but the CDC has been very clear on our most vulnerable age groups. Have we heard any insight from our staff?
President Sandoval, Ms. Ceja Martinez, this is Dr. Davidson here. I have received a variety of different emails from staff members with, I guess, varying needs or concerns regarding coming back to the workplace, some on behalf of their family members that they're taking care of, some on behalf of those with children, just a variety of things. So I have not personally, through my office, polled our staff to see where they are. I believe the efforts of our teams and what comes out next week will then guide us in furthering the conversation. I do know that we are putting efforts in place to ensure that staff members who may want to engage in either one of those platforms that Mr. Dugan mentioned will have the opportunity to be a part of that. But that's the feedback that I can share at this point.
Dr. Davidson, it's also important to note that we did survey our staff as well when we sent our previous survey out and have results from that. But I think what you heard from Dr. Davidson, as well as the anecdotal data that you are receiving, is that our staff has as diverse a perspective as some of our parents and students.
Thank you. For me, as we continue to learn more, I would still like to see that quantitative data. I know that we've sent out surveys in the past. So even offering a 3-4 question survey to our staff when they come back, that we're constantly keeping a pulse on how do they feel. Ultimately, our instructors are on the front lines working with their students, and if they are in a stressful situation, it is going to show very clear to our students, and we definitely don't want our students to be put in an environment where there's more stress. The idea is to make sure everybody feels that they belong and their safety is our #1 priority.
100%, Mrs. Ceja Martinez, and we obviously are all concur with that sentiment, and will have in our process, just like we talked about with reaching out to families to let us know what they're thinking. We'll need to have that we will have that in our plan to address that with our teachers and staff.
Perfect. The last recognition in regards to COVID, I do need to highlight and take some time. We've heard a lot of engagement for all of our parents, and we are so grateful that they trust us with their personal insights and the underlying health issues that they're facing. And I can't imagine having to be going through, well, who do I communicate? Who do I ask for? So first and foremost, for everybody who sent us feedback, it is a gift, and that we've chosen these roles so that we can make the best decisions for our students. And the blessing is that we are in a state that gives parents choice. So I want to highlight parent choice is your choice to put your child in the best safe environment. Coupled with, we just received an update from the governor, and I know I made my call and email, and there has been some flexibility in state funding where we don't lose funding if we offer an online platform. So thank you for everybody who has stayed connected and communicated and advocated on behalf of offering options and flexibility to our state leadership, where they have listened and provide a step 1 into creating an opportunity to look at safe environment. It is a step in the right direction with a lot of work we have to do. So thank you everybody who shares their insight. It is a gift, and I take it very seriously as much as all of you. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Ceja Martinez. So yes, Dr. Reynolds, Mr. Dugood, and really all who have been involved in the planning phase and with regard to how we're going to open schools. A couple things for me, we've talked about how we're going to communicate the different channels, text messaging, et cetera. As always, I know you have this top of mind, Ms. Airey and team, just making sure that we're sensitive to the cultural diversity and really, the language diversity that does exist within our district. So I just want to make sure that we continue to be sensitive to that, and having our materials available in Spanish as well. That said, Ms. Ceja Martinez brought up, the phone line, and one of the things that I would definitely recommend in light of the fact that we continue, we're realizing a uptick in the numbers, and we don't know right now what tomorrow may bring. That said, do we have plans to keep, I'm going to call it our COVID-19, crisis team, or a version of that intact, even when we open the doors? Because even when we open the doors, I think we're still going to be in somewhat of a crisis mode. And I don't think we should disassemble, if you will, the team in its entirety, knowing that, because we still, have to take a look at how this plan is going, or we still have to be informed on how this plan is going to adapt, right? As data dictates, as again, CDC and the state dictates, and as our own morality dictates here within PUSD. So, Mr. Duca, Dr. Reynolds, can you talk a little bit about, when we open schools, are we going to continue to have at least, a scaled version of, these, and again, the COVID-19 team intact?
President Sandoval, thank you for that question. We absolutely. We all have a target date for our first day of school, and that is as we prepare, and we will be successful in the variety of options that we're able to provide our families. That certainly will be a celebration, and that is certainly a date that we have marked on our calendar. But all along, in all of our updates, we have been communicating that one of the most important things that we will need to be able to do as an organization is to be adaptable to whatever scenario, whatever situation we are faced with. And so one of the task force main goals is to work to make sure that our staff, make sure that our students, make sure that our families are prepared to adapt and move in and out of potentially online, face-to-face, if need be. And in order to do that, we will most definitely need to keep our task force together, meeting regularly, monitoring our situation, if not monthly, weekly, and probably daily, as we face this significant challenge.
Yeah, thank you for that. Going back to the hotline and this task force intact, I think one of the things that it felt like worked really, really well is the hotline that we established, when this first hit, right? I think that is something, you say Martinez brought it up as well. I think that is a channel that we should absolutely keep intact. I know it's, I think it's a universal communication channel that most individuals certainly are familiar with and are comfortable with, outside of or different than, text messaging and social media, et cetera. But I think that is an important channel that we should keep open and again, have the ability to speak in language as needed. That said, one of the things I want to chat about is the inclusion of all stakeholders in these conversations. A couple questions were asked, and please correct me if I heard the answers wrong. But one question was asked about asking parents or getting a pulse on their comfortability and whether it's an online environment or a face-to-face environment. It sounds like that's something that we're still going to be doing. Is that right, or have we done that?
President Sandoval, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so have we asked families their preference on online or face-to-face when we open our doors in August?
President Sandoval, members of the board, in our original survey, we did ask that question. And again, the response from an online version was the 22% that I mentioned earlier. So that is what we have from the survey data, as well as, again, as I mentioned in my report, out that, we have received numerous emails too, as Dr. Davidson and the rest of cabinet have, monitoring the social media and those types of things have all, led our task force into the direction that we are going, because what we've heard is, certainly from our group from a week ago too, that choice is huge to them, because we know that people are going to feel reticent to send them back, and we also hear that they come back and with little restrictions as possible. So we've monitored all that and discussed it in our task force meetings, which are at least once a week, and talking with our committee members consistently and constantly each day, with different things that come up logistically, with regards, of course, to your point, Mrs. Sahar Martinez. We couldn't agree more that safety is our number one concern, always has been, will be through this pandemic, and always will be as we move through this as well. So please know that each and every email is read, heard, understood, and we monitor all of that, and that has gone into our recommendations thus far, and thus into our July 1st study session with you all at 9 o'clock on Wednesday.
And President Sandoval, if I could
Yes,
if I could just add to that, I think what we had said earlier, one of the things that was important to us is that we're able to describe, we're able to communicate what online learning is going to look like for the fall and what face-to-face learning is going to look like to the fall, prior to reaching out again and asking families what it is that they're going to choose. And so we really wanted to make sure that we have an accurate and thorough description of what that's going to look like. And after the first, we're going to be able to communicate that to our communities, and then we will be asking them immediately what their thoughts are and what they'll be considering for August.
Got it. Thank you for that. And I may have misunderstood, but I appreciate the response. Mr. Jacob, you talked about a process that you went through where teams put together, I believe, proposals, and then those proposals were communicated to directors and executive directors. I'm going to call them the panel, okay, in this case. Within those panels, how many parents, teachers, staff, students were part of those panels to vet the proposals?
When we vetted that, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, when we vetted those, we did have the executive directors, the directors. We have one of our executive directors, Marla Hobbs, has been working with a group of teachers throughout this process, not solely on the virtual side of things, but throughout, asking them how they want to return, what they think it looks like to return, not only in person and virtually. So we appreciate their input, and certainly Mrs. Hobbs was able to include that in her section of the committee work. We did not have any students that were present during that the vetting of those processes, but in the future, with the teams meeting that Mrs. Airey has discussed, and the survey pieces that Dr. Reynolds has discussed, we certainly will be including them once we give you our details of our recommendations on July 1st.
Gotcha. No, thank you for that. And part of the reason why I'm asking the question is, and I think my fellow board members, and certainly you at the district, have probably received similar emails where some community members felt that the survey was somewhat of a kind of a monologue, right? It wasn't really a two-way street, and I think, and then Dr. Davidson talked about the roundtables that we are going to have, right? But we talk about it often, and again, it is mission critical, especially in the situation that we're in with the pandemic. That we do allow for those diverse lenses to be part of the conversation on the front end, right? And I know we've had conversations about this, and I believe you have, but there's still a feeling out there where, well, if that is the case, and if we are truly being very intentional about including these other voices into the conversation at the beginning, I think that would allow for those surveys to feel a little more inclusive and more of a dialogue as they are sent out and received by our community members versus, these proposals that seem to be driven down versus driven, talking to and talking with, all of our stakeholders. So I know we have our meeting on July 1st, but the sooner that we, again, are very intentional about inclusivity and the diverse lenses and voices in these conversations, again, the more informed and the smarter I believe we will be as a district, as we open those doors in an effort to maintain what Ms. Sarah Martinez mentioned, the health and wellness, safety, and the security of all of our stakeholders. So just, wanted to throw that out there that, individuals are feeling a certain way and we can't tell people how they feel, right? But after listening to some of the responses this evening, I just feel that, we need to, just move very quickly on making sure that our parents, students, teachers, staff are, very intentional, that we are intentional as a district and including their voices. Ms. Sarah Martinez, your hand is up.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I do want to add, Mr. Duguid, you mentioned the last board meeting that there were potential 4 or 3 options, and then I brought up a 4th option. And tonight we heard 2. I want to be mindful that the state has an emergency plan and a roadmap. And then what is the last option if a school, and I know you may be working through those details, and I'm totally comfortable waiting till July 1st, but if a school gets a case of COVID reported to us, what is our plan of action? If there's a benchmark of 1, 2, or 3, or so forth. Right now, we have athletic teams in athletics engaging, and we've heard cases within our district. So we have a plan of action that we're following national and AIA guidelines and phasing. I would like to hear, I know we've heard about option 1, option 2, but what happens on a school side if and when a case of COVID gets reported at any of our facilities, I should say, because at the DAC, at our Choya Annex, at our Transportation Center, I haven't heard anything about that yet.
President Sandoval, Mrs. Sehar Martinez, members of the governing board, a couple things with that. We're fortunate to have a lead nurse, Mrs. Lisa Alexander, who is widely respected, not only in the city here, but the county as well as the state. And she was asked to serve on the county COVID-19 task force that they have met twice and will have their 3rd meeting tomorrow. That committee consists of numerous medical personnel, as well as educational figures and things like that for those types of thresholds that I believe is what you're talking about, is if we get to 2%, 3% of a population, what does that look like, and what do we do? And they are working through all of that. So the good news is we're getting that information real time, but they are still in discussions on that. Mrs. Alexander will be certainly available and part of the presentation and available for questions on July 1st. As for our response to any cases within our, when we've had it with our athletics, so what that looks like is that's reported directly to me, and I communicate with Mrs. Alexander, Mrs. Airey. We have sent out letters with regard to all the people that were on campus, all of our athletes, coaches, to let them know that there could be a possible exposure, or that there was an exposure to COVID As part of our phase 1 plan, the students have been in cohorts of 10 following that guideline, and anyone that was exposed to a student that was then tested positive later has been asked to quarantine until that time is up, and then they are allowed to return. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you for reassuring me. I knew that you were actively working through this thought process, and it's great to hear that we have somebody at the district office that also represents us at the state level on that conversation. I also know that we have a teacher was selected, and we've mentioned her name before, Miss Aquino, who's on some of those task force. So thank you, and I appreciate the information and look forward to July 1st.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Davidson, I thank you, Ms. Sam Martinez, for that added comment question. Dr. D, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, President Sandoval, members of the board. Just wanted to also let Ms. Ceja Martinez know that collaborative effort with Ms. Alexander and some of her team members, as well as Ms. Airey and many of her team members, to include human resources as well. We are continually updating our COVID FAQs on the employee portal. Right now, just right when you enter it, we have a PDF that's titled Site Administrator Guidelines for Possible COVID-19 Exposed or Sick Employee. It's a beautiful flow chart for our team to look at and to follow as these scenarios come up. Also, we will have a What's an Employee to Do worksheet coming up very soon that starts with the employee's actions and takes all the way down to notifying the State Department of Health. So I'm also going to give just a thank you to our benefits team, who is just continually working on behalf of our employees and those that are either impacted truly with the virus itself or just simply sick. So it takes a village, right? And we've all been putting time and effort in there. But Ms. Ceja Martinez, just wanted to highlight all the available information that's out there for our employees. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davidson. I do appreciate that, because I know we've been saying a lot and mentioning our parents and students and on the front line, but the resources are a work in progress, as it's an ever evolving health crisis that we're facing. So thank you so much, and to your team.
Thank you for that, Dr. Davidson. Board members, any further discussion, comment? Very good. Dr. Reynolds, Mr. Duca, Dr. Davidson, team, thank you all for the updates, and we are looking forward to July 1st. All right, moving on. 10.5, Florida Virtual School Global, and this is being presented by a team of 3, Dr. Bell, Ms. Millville, and Ms. Myers.
Thank you. President Sandoval, members of the board, Superintendent Pallas Thompson, cabinet, and community. This is going to feel like an ongoing conversation related to COVID and all that comes with that in terms of planning for the new school year. Tonight, we'd like to bring forward an opportunity for us as a school district to move forward with purchase of Florida Virtual. This is a virtual platform, K-12, with comprehensive curriculum for families who choose a virtual setting for next school year. This would mean that students would be using this platform full-time at home during the next school year for parents who choose that particular option. As Gary is bringing up some of that, if you go back one more, Gary, we looked long and hard for an appropriate platform that's easy for students to use, and not only to navigate, but parents as well, because we know there will be a variety of users in this particular platform. We also know that we wanted rigorous course curriculum, assessments, tracking, attendance, all kinds of information that's crucial to us to monitor the effectiveness of how kids are doing on a regular basis. And finally, one thing that was discussed tonight, is a comprehensive professional development for teachers so that we get better and better at providing virtual instruction for students who are going to choose to stay at home. We wanted to move this forward to tonight to secure support from the governing board, because as we move into July and ask parents if they want to choose a virtual platform, we would be in the process in July of conducting that rigorous professional development that in fact includes daily live lessons, whole group, small group, communication plans for students, teachers, and parents, and expectations not only for students and teachers, but to work with parents in terms of how they can help their student as they learn virtually. To give you an overview tonight, I've asked Andrew Mendeville to join me to kind of point out some of the capabilities within Florida Virtual that our families will see. So I'd like to introduce him and have him kind of walk through some PowerPoint slides that give you a snapshot into Florida Virtual. Andrew?
Good evening, President Sandoval, members of the Governing Board, Superintendent Palace Thompson, Cabinet, and our Peoria Unified Community. Thank you for the opportunity to demo the proposed courseware the team has been researching and reviewing the past several weeks. As Dr. Bell mentioned, the proposed vendor is Florida Virtual. I'm going to briefly demo the student and the teacher experiences. I'm going to demo 3 areas of the student experience. Number 1, the dashboard. Number 2, the course landing page. And number 3, a sample lesson. So what you're about to see is a 3rd grade math course. So can we go to the next slide, please? Students first see the dashboard on the left that shows the courses that the students are enrolled in. And what they're seeing there is the grade 3 math course. The course tile displays the student's grade, and there is a progress bar that shows them where they're at in the course. Once a student clicks on a course tile, they're presented with the course landing page and all the course's modules. There are 2 modules that orient students to the online platform. There is a welcome and a getting started module. These 2 modules provide a comprehensive overview of the course, the navigation, the resources, and then all the tools. Next slide, please. In addition, there are multiple ways students engage with the course content, from formative and summative assessments. There's assignments, labs, simulations, something that you're not seeing there on the screen. There's discussion-based assessments and others that accommodate different learning styles. So students are able to demonstrate their learning in a variety of ways. The screenshot on the right is a sample lesson. So all these lessons, especially in this 3rd grade math course, share some similar characteristics. The visual appearance of a lesson, it's clean, it's simple, it's bright. While quality aligned content is the #1 attribute we look at when we're evaluating courseware, the GUI, or the graphical user interface, is a key aspect of online course design. The use of white space and large font size creates a nice viewing experience for our students. In addition, there's an element of storytelling that adds context and relevance to the lesson. So what you're seeing here in this lesson is students are following Daisy and her tracking of vegetables at the farm. Furthermore, there's a robust array of resources at the top for students that include module checklist. And a module checklist essentially is a checklist that will show what assignments students need to complete for that lesson. There are a variety of printables under the resources section There's a toolbox that provides an assortment of on-demand tools like calculators, number lines, and rulers. And there's text-to-speech functionality in all of the lessons as well. Next slide, please. As students scroll down the lesson, they will always be presented with the lesson's objective, and that's what you're seeing there on the left. Once students are ready to move to the next part of the lesson, large green navigation arrows direct students forward and backward, and that was on the previous screenshots that we just saw. The other student engagement sample that you're seeing there is just an example of the learner interaction. It provides a way for students to interact with the content. In addition, all the audio, all the video include a text version for students. There's other important design elements that you're not seeing here, but something as simple as collapsible content reveals additional instruction without overloading the lesson page. It's what we call in our industry chunking the content into manageable sections for students. So lots of ways students are presented with the content, different learning modalities, and there are lots of ways for students to demonstrate their learning. So that concludes the student demo. Now I'm going to transition into the teacher experience. So within the teacher experience, I want to showcase just two areas very quickly. The teacher dashboard, number one, and then number two, the gradebook. We can go to the next slide, please. From the teacher dashboard, teachers will have access to quick information, as you can see there on the screen, from the gradebook, some reporting, and then an editor. The screenshot on the right is giving the teachers the ability to view students' progress. A lot of progress monitoring involved, obviously, in a system like this. So once a teacher is ready to drill down a little bit deeper into a student's progress, next slide, please. They'll be able to see in this example on your screen, it's a sample test, so they can see where students' strengths and areas of struggle were. And there's multiple ways for teachers to provide feedback, not just text, but including video and then audio. And then next slide, please, the final slide there. There's a lot of key metrics that teachers are going to be able to see. Whole class in terms of a performance summary. They can drill down, of course, to the student level as well. That concludes the teacher experience as well. I appreciate you allowing me to do a quick demo of the virtual courseware. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you so much. Michelle, if you want to comment for us, please, on the approval that we're asking for this evening for recommended action regarding the cooperative procurement.
Yes, thank you. Good evening again, President Sandoval, members of the governing board, Mrs. Pallas Thompson and administration. With Florida Virtual, we actually have had the company set up as a vendor and have used them in a limited way in the past. We have procured them through a cooperative procurement instrument, or RFP, through Mesa Unified School District for educational software and online programs and apps. And so the procurement is in place. They're established as a vendor, but because the proposed purchase will exceed $100,000, we are bringing the estimated cost of $810,000 forward this evening for approval to use the cooperative RFP for a purchase up to that amount. And with that, administration does stand for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bell, Mr. Mulvihill, and Ms. Myers. Questions, comments? Ms. Stone.
Well, I enjoyed that demonstration there. Would have been funner if everything moved, right? But it was nice. I did ask Dr. Reynolds a few of the questions that I had, and I guess I kind of want to highlight by asking, does this product then cover, does it cover kindergarten through 12th grade?
Yes. It offers not only core content, but there are also elective opportunities and advanced courses for students. We would, for the K-8 level, be offering likely the 4 core content, which is required, and we're looking at the electives at this time so that we could possibly have even an arts and music elective for K-8 students.
Now, see, that's what you like to hear. You like to know these things. I'm kind of excited about it because I know that we're going to have students that are going to, and parents, I don't know, we know who will make those decisions, right? But we'll have people that are going to need a good virtual academy, if you will, and to have it to be as diversified as possible. And I know there's going to be a learning curve to it, but it's exciting to me to see us expanding into this area because there is, I see so much future need. And in addition then to choice for parents. So I'm pretty excited to see this and to, I know that we'll also be looking into perfecting. This is fast, and you guys, everybody has done so well to get all this stuff going and to be available. And I know that the work just never ends with all this, trying to be prepared for opening school in this changed atmosphere that we're in. So I really very much appreciate this, and I think that it is a very good I'm going to say first step. It's not really the first one, but I'm going to say it anyway, towards a good comprehensive plan for online learning. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Ms. Stone. Ms. Underhill.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, again, very much for the presentation. And like Ms. Stone said, I do appreciate your fast work because I know that, identifying a product like this is no easy task, and, trying to make sure that it aligns with our district, et cetera. That said, I do have some questions. So I'm just going to go. The first question I have is just, how does this curriculum work with a teacher? So is a teacher assigned to a class of students that are in this, virtual curriculum, and are they interacting with the students in any other platform like via Teams, et cetera, so there's some interaction? Or just can you speak to me a little bit about how you see that working as far as being assigned to a teacher? Or if you can speak to that.
I can. Teachers will be assigned to the courses and to students. And so at the elementary level, we would see similar to what a teacher would teach at a school. So that teacher would be assigned to a group of kindergarten students and be responsible for all 4 core content areas. It is likely then that we will assign teachers to teach the arts and to teach music who are certified in those areas, certainly dependent upon how many students we're going to be putting in a virtual environment. As the students get older, we would see, similar to what we see in some of the middle school setting and high schools, there would be a teacher teaching mathematics to a group of students, or a mathematics course like Algebra 1. What we also know is that they can manage greater class sizes than what we would see in a regular classroom setting. So where a teacher might be used to serving 25 students, 25 students in a classroom, we're looking at class sizes that could even be up to 35. That increases with age as the students move into high school in some of those courses. So all of that is obviously a part of our training. I will be, based upon the discussion tonight, I will be bringing a good description for the governing board of the expectations and the professional development, since there's, high interest in that. But that's how we work with, we'll get the number of students, we'll assign the teachers, and then move forward from there. There is, to answer the other part of that question, the system includes live lesson opportunities. So we would be asking, particularly at the elementary level, that there are daily live lessons with students. And there's also hours that students need to be working not only in the live lessons, but through the assigned lessons that the teacher assigns the students within the system.
That's great. No, yeah, I was going to ask about the assigned hours, so that's helpful. Another question I have is there a mechanism for attendance within the system, and how do you ensure that, the student is actually the one doing the work? I mean, so yeah.
We don't, but that is also why we need to work closely with parents who are going to select this option, so that they really understand that we are after student learning here. There is an attendance. We are required, in fact, to collect attendance and the minutes of instruction and student participation, which is obviously much different than when we entered into some semblance of virtual learning this last spring. This is a very sophisticated, very intentional virtual learning from home.
And does the system track that for you, the minutes?
It does.
And is there, I know that people will have said that, online learning takes less time than, your school day learning. So does it account for that? Is it, objective driven, or, I know that's difficult and trying to figure out with, our state trying to figure that out as well, but.
Well, there are national standards that is included in the training. It's included in the teacher, parent, and student expectations. Obviously, for primary students, the hours that they're on the system each day and working with live lessons with teachers is somewhat more condensed than older students. But it similar to when we as adults or college students take online classes. The time in those national standards would match those expectations from, if it's 1 hour class, then it's a 3 hour of study time and work when students are in college. So we'll bring those expectations so that you all can see all of that. And it's kind of a package on July 1.
Okay, great. And the parent, you said something about a parent university, so there is obviously a parent training component that goes along with this?
Yes, we've talked about doing, Danielle referenced our parent communication aspect. We have talked about doing a parent live meeting for parents who want to hear more about this, who are interested in what this looks like, et cetera, because I believe there's going to be a lot of interest, and we want to be sure that we are doing our due diligence to let help our community understand what the expectations are and what this is going to look like.
Right. And I'm assuming this is, you're in the throes of this at the moment, but I'm assuming the product aligns with our grading and our assessment at this time?
I'd have to look at that in terms of the pacing, but there are assessments built in. So I'm confident that our students could even continue to take our district benchmarks, which are well aligned. but within the system, there are assessments that are paced along with the content. Additionally, in this system, teachers can add content and add assessments as they deem necessary.
Okay. And a teacher that's assigned to this, as an online teacher, would only be an online teacher unless they're like high school or whatever, and they might be, maybe they're doing both. But is the idea that you would be an online teacher specifically?
Yes, this would be a full-time environment for the students and the teachers in that particular classroom or course.
Okay. And then as far as interacting with other students, you had said that there's, some live lessons. Are there opportunities for the students to connect with other students?
Yes, those live lessons are whole group and small group and allow for student interaction.
Great. So these are just kind of more like nuts and bolts kinds of questions. Are there other costs with outside of the $810,000 that you have mentioned, associated with any hardware or equipment, broadband, additional laptops that we would have to provide, et cetera, or we just wouldn't know yet because we don't know the numbers?
The answer is yes. We don't know the numbers, but we do know that based upon our spring laptop checkout, that there will likely be students and parents who are interested in checking out laptops. We are also working with our technology department to look at options for connectivity for families, and if we can use some of that CARES Act money that we've talked about for that kind of need during the coronavirus, specifically laptops and possible hotspots.
Okay, great. As far as if a child decides they want to do this or a family decides they want to do this, but then they change their mind, are we going to allow for that option? Or?
Yeah, and that flexibility is, Dr. Reynolds says that often through this process. Flexibility is going to be key. And while we are going to ask for deadlines so we can move forward with staffing and begin trying to understand how many families might want to select this option, I fully suspect that through word of mouth, we might get more families who want to select this option even during the year. We could have, through the progress monitoring, we could determine that maybe this online option isn't working for a particular family or student. So we're going to have to be flexible enough to respond to those student and family needs.
No, that makes sense. I would just make sure that we have plenty of in-classroom teacher input on that, because it could be really challenging to have students coming and going in your face-to-face classroom all of the time, or that kind of thing. I agree with the flexibility, but I also recognize the culture that develops within a classroom and all of that. So,
and that's why I think we need to do our due diligence with parents as we move into July, as they consider this option. They really need to understand what this is going to look like in their home.
Right, absolutely. Okay, and I will stop, but 2 more questions. Is there a limited number of, participants based on the fee that what we're purchasing?
That's a really good question. Based upon that 22% of those who did respond to the survey is, yes, they'd be interested in thinking about and looking at a virtual experience for their child this year. Mm-hmm. Based upon that data, this fee represents a district license, so that any student through this experience, if we have 7,000 as an example, this fee would be a district license, and I would not be paying a per pupil per course fee.
And what if we did, for example, have a exponential increase in numbers of people that want to take it? Would we be able to add on to that?
No, this would be the upper ceiling cost for the school district, regardless of the number of students.
Okay. And then the last thing is just, are we familiar with any peer districts or even just other districts in general that have used it, and have we spoken with them, et cetera?
We have This is the #1 platform for virtual learning, particularly at the elementary level. Not many companies are in the elementary virtual business. We have 6 sister schools. Some of them are in our NEVIC group, who are all working with Florida Virtual and have a history of working with the company and the product.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, just one more. Our wonderful presenter who is with eCampus currently. So for students that are in high school right now, will our eCampus, as we know it right now, continue to offer those options for students, that like my kids take eCampus courses during the summer and, have occasionally taken a course during the year that they couldn't get. Will those still be available, or would a student who chooses online have to go with the full K-12 curriculum as presented?
eCampus courses will still be available. Those are typically used for co-enrollment. So a student, if they want to get ahead, or if they want to take one course in eCampus and the rest at school, that's the typical approach with eCampus. The difference between eCampus and Florida Virtual, Florida Virtual will offer all of those core courses that kids could need for graduation, essentially.
Okay, great. And then this is not necessarily, well, it kind of is, but last question, I swear, is just, are we giving thought into how we would identify, say we have an overabundance of teachers that want to do the online teaching? Are we considering how we're going to determine those positions?
Yes, ma'am. We have completed a job description. Human Resources will be posting that job description along with the teacher expectations, et cetera, that I referenced earlier after our governing board work session and after the July 4th break. Excellent. We'll have a process by which we'll use an interview process and probably engage some of our site administrators to help us with determining our virtual teachers for this next school year.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And thank you for your patience with all my questions.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli.
Well, I just wanted to thank Mrs. Underhill. Those were some excellent questions. I just have a couple. The $810,000, that's for the district license and for professional development for 1 year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's see. I guess this would be for you or for Ms. Myers. Where's the funds coming from to pay for the program?
Well, thank you, President Sandoval, Mrs. Pingerelli, members of the board. This particular purchase would be an eligible purchase for the CARES Act grant funding. The district does have capital funds available to make the initial purchase, and we are planning to consider including this online platform purchase in the grant reimbursement request.
Thank you very much. The one thing that is very nice about this is it does standardize the material given, in at grade level and then across various schools. And it's nice to see that instructors would be able to add on additional things as they see fit. Also, then, are we going to be developing our own if we have enough students that are interested in online learning in the future? I know it would be beneficial to us to develop our own, and we can do it, I guess the Peoria way.
That's exactly right. We do plan to expand our eCampus courses for our own virtual platform. We'll be working on that with a group of teachers throughout this next school year.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pingerelli. Ms. Seha Martinez.
Sorry about the delay. I'm here. I was flipping through all the screens and trying to find my teams. Thank you so much, President Sandoval, Dr. Bell, administration, and kudos to Ms. Underhill. You've checked off a lot of my list. We've also received some conversation from parents. And I know you've alluded to this, but just help me understand once again. It is called Florida Virtual, and there's been some confusion on why we chose Florida. You highlighted that we looked at other peer districts. Is the Florida Virtual meet our Arizona state standards?
Yes, they are aligned to national standards, and the pacing is actually, at least through the primary that I looked at, is very similar. So we're confident in a very robust and rigorous curriculum within the system.
Perfect. And you've alluded to curriculum at the district level. We determined the curriculum. What was the vetting process for looking at this platform's curriculum?
Well, we looked at it internally in terms of the team that came together. That was from curriculum. It also was from our teaching and learning team. And certainly our expert is Andrew Sandoval. We began to collect the various providers first and the cost of those providers, and then looked at not just the curriculum, but the user experience. And so when we went in and looked at all of those particular factors and talked with other school districts who are using this system, we're pretty confident in what this has to offer and what the experience of our students is going to be.
Thank you. A couple of things you highlighted that I am interested to continue the dialogue as we go through this process. When we consider curriculum, you mentioned that teachers have the flexibility to add insight. I just want to make sure that we are mindful of diverse perspectives, and that that is top of mind when teachers have the ability to be inclusive in content. I've also spoken to some community members that have requested that the district look at curriculum, and so I would encourage an opportunity to engage. This would be an awesome opportunity to hear what they have to say. So getting their insights on that curriculum, for me, from all perspectives, is also something that's important to me. Looking at, and Mr. Sandoval, we've crossed paths before as a result of my son joining the online platform, transitioning into high school. And you, Dr. Bell, as well, you mentioned the user-friendly experience. Seeing that this is brand new territory that our elementary students that will be engaging, how do we plan to capture the user-friendly insights, the data related to that?
I'm going to let Andrew respond to that.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. I think anytime you look at a new system, it's really critical to provide some sort of, we use this onboarding term. We do that with eCampus currently with our high school students, where we require that students complete a orientation course that provides a really comprehensive overview of the platform, what to click on, how to upload, how to participate in a discussion forum, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's really critical that we point out that the courseware is, I want to say it's like of course it's critical that we select the courseware and the right one, and we believe Florida Virtual is the right platform, but the teacher plays just such a key role in all of this, because they're going to be the ones to come alongside the student to really provide that onboarding experience. It just can't be asynchronous. It's going to have to be live lessons, especially that week one. And so part of our training is supporting teachers to prepare for that week one, where it's going to be absolutely essential that students know how to navigate the system. And so they're going to have to iterate quickly, but we are confident that our teachers will do a fantastic job.
Thank you. I'm going to be candid with you. I have some concerns as a result of my son's freshman experience with online. I know that our current model with Moodle does have an onboarding process, but it was not linear to find all the tabs. Not to mention my experience in elementary ed and having the opportunity to give a kindergartner, first grade, second, and even third grade a long code to log into a system without a instructor, a teacher, or a trusted person sitting by them. It takes work. That process of getting them familiar with using online tools takes about a good quarter at the elementary level. So I do have some concerns, and that partnership with the parent is critical because they are going to be in the home. And if parents are going back into the workforce and they're transitioning from work from home and going back to work and having to time their amount of lessons or hours in a course, I'm concerned as a parent and as a teacher. Ideally, it would be great that a teacher could live stream and have a 7-year-old follow the live stream model. But really, if you've never been in a position where you walked an elementary child to log onto the computer, it takes a lot of work. And so being able to provide some hand-holding for our parents is going to be critical. And when I hear who's been a part of vetting this resource, again, we're missing the parent voice because we are going to have to partner with them. And I look for how we move forward together. It is brand new space. I recognize we've never been in a global pandemic before. And so having to find a resource as soon as possible, bring it to the board so that we can get something good for the new year. I hear you, and I'm grateful that you were efficient with your time and leveraged your experiences. But from my experience, I have great concern with our elementary kids getting logged on and following that process. With that, I think Ms. Underhill, Ms. Pingerelli asked a lot of the finance questions as well. Thank you for that. And I just look for more insights on how we're going to help our parents transition to a choice that makes them feel safe while not losing their mental well-being in a home environment. So with that, I'll stand.
Thank you, Ms. A. Martinez, for those questions. Dr. Bell, Mr. Mendeville, I know you answered, I believe you answered this question when Ms. Underhill was asking her questions, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about our teachers and how a teacher who is teaching in the online environment, Dr. Bell, you talked a little bit about that. Those teachers will not be instructing in the brick and mortar environment as well, right? They're either online or face-to-face. Is that correct?
That's what we're planning on at this point. Just, looking at some of the numbers that we're looking at. We also know we can take advantage of some students through eCampus, but right now we do suspect that there will be a lot of interest in this, and we are looking for that cadre of teachers who will be teaching virtually.
Gotcha. I guess my only ask is, as you further those discussions on if a teacher, there may be a scenario where a teacher would teach in the online and face-to-face environment, that you include those teacher voices to just really vet that out, right? And make sure that we're putting them in a position to be successful.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Next. All right. Next question is around our ELL students. How does this platform, if there's a parent who wants to take advantage of the online environment and it's an ELL student, how does this platform adapt to in-language instruction?
We do know that this platform includes Spanish instruction and Spanish courses. I have not looked deeply into that. However, in thinking through what the standards are and what our students need for English language learner, that would also be a teacher that would be required, similar to if a student signed up for this with any special needs, a special education student with an IEP, there would be a special education support teacher assigned. So that's all a part of that intake process in terms of determining what teachers are needed, what wraparound supports are needed for that particular student. I do know, though, that this particular platform is open for enrollment to all students, including EL students, special education students, gifted students, etc.
Got it. Now, and thank you for that. That certainly makes sense. I appreciate that response. Last question is in and around, you talked a little bit about access points earlier, and do we have a good pulse on, based on the experience that we just went through, right? Do we have a good pulse on the need for more access points for some of our communities, some of our students who may not have the internet at home? Do we have a good understanding of what those needs look like, and do we have a solution to be able to close that gap or to accommodate those needs?
We're working on that. Mike Tregoboff and I have had a couple of conversations associated with that connectivity. I do know, however, that we have made that purchase of that new K-12 ELA curriculum that our governing board approved for K-12. That particular option allows for students when we need this, and hopefully we'll need it even as kids come back full-time to brick and mortar. Students can work offline, download and work offline, and then when they come back on campus, it can upload using our internet capability. So we're learning more and more. We have more and more resources available to students, but we are now looking at providers that can help us with that connectivity and trying to understand what the options are.
Gotcha. No, thank you for that. And thank you for just, again, being mindful in your forward thinking, right? You and your team. Ms. Pingerelli had a great question in and around how this model, may become a static, model in our in PUSD, as we move forward. So thank you for thinking about that and how that may be the case, and then setting up the foundation to make that happen seamlessly. So really appreciate your time, yours and Mr. Menaville's time. So thank you. Ms. Stone, your hand is up, and please.
Yes, thank you, President Sandoval. I would like to hear just briefly. I don't need to go into a whole lot of depth because I know it's very detailed, but I would like to hear briefly the plan for helping a student when they are struggling in the online environment.
That is a job of the teacher, and it could be that there's more than one teacher involved with that student in the online platform. For example, if there is an EL student or a special education student, there could be, very well would be, more than one teacher providing that level of support. What the system does for us is offer that consistent, rigorous curriculum, the attendance and the minutes, so that we're able to progress monitor every day what that student is accomplishing or struggling with. And so we can intervene. The professional development plan includes what teachers need to do when they see students who are struggling. That includes live sessions, one-on-one with the students. It includes parent contact, etc. And it also gives opportunities for the student to communicate through the system that they need help or support. So again, it's very robust, but as I think Monica pointed out, and some of the conversation this evening, some students are not as successful in an online environment as they would be in a classroom. And so we need to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and working with students, communicating with parents, and making sure that if a student stays in a virtual setting, that student is in fact successful, or we may need to make another decision.
Thank you so much for that. I wanted to make sure that got a hearing. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Ms. Stone. Dr. Bell and Ms. Mendeville, one of the things that, our district is known for, certainly are the many programs, right, to include arts, and you talked a little bit about that, but CTE programs. Can you talk a little bit about how CTE may or may not integrate in this platform? Will they have their own platform?
Sorry, you kind of cut out on my computer. Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. Yeah, I'll start from the beginning. So, we, as a district, we're known for our many programs, right? Arts, athletics, CTE. So how does this platform, or does it integrate into, what's the thought around how it may integrate into our CTE programs? Will CTE have its own platform, or is there some inclusionary discussions going on around how CTE may integrate into this platform?
We do know that some of the CTE labs are not a virtual option per se, although we currently have CTE courses in our e-campus. We need to look carefully around through that intake conference, that individual intake that high school counselors do with our high school kids to build that schedule on what is the best opportunity for students in that CTE environment. We do know they need in-person labs. So during that intake process, if a student is on a CTE track, we'll be working with Patty and her team, as well as high school counselors, to make sure that we are getting the student in the appropriate coursework.
Gotcha. No, I appreciate that. And I guess, along the lines of Mrs. Pingerelli's question around, how this may become a staple, if you will, or certainly a constant within our district moving forward, just, making sure that we include, all of our programs, including CTE, and how we may, I guess, grow those offerings from an online perspective. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Any other discussion? Ms. Martinez, you have your hand up.
Yes, one quick question just came to mind because Dr. Bell, you mentioned assessment. I know with the Arizona CARES Act, there was some verbiage that I was reading that within the first 6 weeks, there may be a benchmark mandate or requirement. And I know we're still learning through the details, but based on what is being presented to us this evening, if the online platform is what we're going to use, would this cover that mandate? Do we know yet?
Yes, we have assessments in the system, but we've also talked about the use of our comprehensive end-of-year assessments that we normally use to set the stage for our assessment at the beginning of the year. We really want to answer the question of the teacher who's asking, where do I start? And so we do need to collect data on our kids and where they are so that we make sure that we're doing some backfilling, if you will, while still teaching grade level content.
Thank you very much. That was it.
All right. Thank you for that, Ms. Sam Martinez. Dr. Bell, Mr. Mendeville, thank you both for your time. Board members, any other questions, comments for these two individuals? No. All right. Very good, Dr. Bell, Mr. Mendeville. Thank you again for your time and your responses to our questions.
Thank you, and we look forward to the action item piece.
Yep. So all that said, 10.5, I do need a motion to approve the Florida Virtual School Global Platform.
I move to approve the Florida Virtual School Global Platform.
And I'll second that. Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Sam Martinez, a second by myself. If you can walk us through a voice vote, that would be great.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Yes. Mrs. Pingerelli?
Aye.
Mr. Sandoval?
Aye.
Mrs. Stone?
Aye.
Mrs. Seha Martinez?
Aye.
Mrs. Underhill?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Contra. All right, moving right along to section 11, informational reports. 11.1, budget, facilities planning, and construction report. These reports can be found on our website. 11.2, district enrollment reports for the month of May 2020. Also a report that can be found on our website. Report on upcoming meetings and events. Ms. Airey, anything that you wish to discuss in this line item?
President Sandoval, nothing else to discuss this evening. We look forward to reconnecting with you next Wednesday.
Perfect. Thank you. Moving along to 11.4, legislative state and local updates. Ms. Myers.
Yes, thank you. Good evening again, President Sandoval, members of the governing board. The governor issued an executive order yesterday related to school reopenings. The order allows for flexibility and access to education, streamlines purchasing for PP&E and other COVID-related costs, and it allows school districts to enroll in a budget stabilization grant program to ensure that districts do not lose more than 2% of their funding as a result of declining enrollment due to COVID-19. With the executive order, Governor Ducey announced $270 million in one-time funding from the governor's office and $25 million in spending from the CARES Fund. This funding aims to provide stability to schools in the event they see a decline in enrollment due to COVID-19, and also earmarks monies to be spent on remote learning, broadband, the Teachers Academy, Teach for America, Arizona School for the Deaf and Blind, and other programs. The district is evaluating the opportunities and requirements of the executive order and will be bringing the governing board additional information at the July 1st study session. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Myers. Ms. Pallas Thompson, anything else in that in 11.4?
No, I think I'm pretty good right now.
Perfect. Thank you for that. All right. Moving on to section 12, other business. 12.1, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items. Ms. Stone.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Underhill.
I have nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pingerelli.
I'm good.
All right. And Ms. Seha Martinez.
I am good, thank you.
All right, I'm good as well. Thank you. All right, 12.2, draft agenda for the July 9th, 2020 regular board meeting. Something that we'll continue to work on populating and in preparation well ahead of that next meeting. 12.3, requests for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Ms. Stone.
Nothing tonight.
Okay. Ms. Underhill.
I don't have anything either, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pingerelli.
Nothing this evening.
All right, thank you. Ms. Seha Martinez.
Nothing this evening.
All right, I don't have anything either. So moving on to section 13, adjournment. I do need a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Stone and a second by Ms. Underhill. Ms. Contra, if you can walk us through a voice vote.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Mrs. Pingerelli.
Aye.
Mr. Sandoval.
Aye.
Mrs. Stone.
Aye.
Ms. Seja Martinez.
Miss Pellis Thompson, this one's for you. Aye.
Mrs. Underhill.
Aye.
Motion passes. Adjournment at 10:08.
Thank you, Ms. Condra. Thank you, everybody, fellow board members, for your time. And have a great evening. Ms. Pallas Thompson, we'll talk soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
It must be a record day.